I want to call this meeting to order. Welcome to the June 4th quarterly meeting of Fish and Wildlife Commission. Welcome, commission members. Let the record show that Mr. Fisher, Mr. Horn were both present by Zoom. Mr. Lillard could not be with us today. Mr. Morgan, Mr. Knott, Mr. Swallows, Dr. Floyd, and myself are all physically present at headquarters. As we know, the 6th District Commission is yet to be filled. Dr. Floyd, I especially want to welcome you to your first meeting here at headquarters, and wondered if you wanted to say anything about being here your first time.
Yes, it is an honor to be on a board of a group of folks that are interested and passionate about wildlife, and I don't take that lightly. I'm from Murray, Kentucky, which is a small college town down in the far parts of Western Kentucky, and I hope some of you all will take the opportunity to come down and visit me, and I'd like to get to know each of you too. And so thank you again for the welcome. I appreciate being on this.
We're glad to have you aboard, and we're sure you're going to make a great contribution for the sportsmen and the resources of Kentucky. This is the first time in over a year that we've been able to meet in this beautifully redesigned and remodeled room. I don't know if the public can see on one of the pictures here, you can see that we are now sitting at this new redesigned area. The lumber for this beautiful place was donated by Anderson Lumber Company, thanks to Commissioner Knott, who was able to procure that donation. And the construction was completed by John Akers, who was in our engineering department. He's now retired, but thank you, Mr. Akers, for leaving this great legacy of this beautiful remodeled area where we'll all meet. The public, hopefully after this meeting, will be able to be here with us. The administration yet has opened these meetings to the public, but I think that's coming here in the next couple of weeks. Welcome to Commissioner Storm and Deputy Commissioner Clark, as well as to Dr. Jeff Eaton, who's the former 6th District Commissioner. He's going to be with us today and bring us the invocation. Also want to welcome department employees, cabinet officials, as well as a couple of guests who we'll be introducing in a few minutes. So please remember to also mute your telephones today and your Zoom mics at needed times if you need to speak with anybody off of camera. At this time, I want to ask Dr. Jeff Eaton if he'll deliver the invocation, and then that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Dr. Robin Floyd. Dr. Eaton.
It's good to be back with all of you all again, and good to be back with you guys as well. Not only am I praying, but we're going to dedicate this room, the craftsmanship, the gift of here, and we're going to do a dedication. And when you do a dedication, it has a sole purpose, and the sole purpose of this room is to be about the preservation and the restoration of God-given resources that we know as fish and wildlife. Proverbs 12:10 states that a righteous man, a righteous person, cares for the animals, and may that be so in this place, and to God be the glory. Let's pray together. Father, we want to give a prayer of thanks for your gifts to us. One of those gifts is our resources, and we thank you for that, for the created world. We pray for the increase of our resource that we know as fish and wildlife. We pray that our state will be bountiful. It will be plenty here. And we thank you for the blessing of our lives. May they bring honor and glory to you as well. It's in the name of Jesus that I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Eaton.
Please, if you have a flag present where you are, face the flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Contribution this morning. We have a full agenda today, so I'll forego additional statements at this time and turn the meeting over to Commissioner Storm and the Deputy Commissioner Clark for their comments and their guest introductions.
Thank you, Chairman Kleiner. It's an honor to be back here today I do want to welcome Dr. Floyd to the commission here and in person. I've enjoyed talking with you. I want to give a special thanks to our I&E division for their efforts to make this a hybrid Zoom / in-person meeting. And we practiced and hopefully we'll have a good day today. Special thanks again to Kenny. Thank you for your efforts to help us create this new room. If you look behind me, you'll see the KCOA, our fallen officers memorial. We're proud to have this back in the commission room today. I appreciate the law enforcement division, but these are the 7 officers that paid the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. I would encourage you to pray for their families going forward. 2 months back, we have a lot of exciting announcements. Those of you that have met me in person lately, you've been able to see and talk with me about some of these things, but we have 2 canoe kayak access points, one that's complete, one that's under construction. In Richmond, we have Lake Reba, and that canoe kayak access point has opened, and we're working on another in Louisville at Lake McNeely. We just recently finished a repair job here in Franklin County, Steel Branch. It took 2.5 months to complete this project. That's outstanding job by our engineering division. We can get things done quickly when we don't have the red tape. We just opened a new ramp, Shawnee Park in Louisville. Huge accomplishment. The ramp's over 400 feet long. We're excited about creating that urban opportunity. Events across the state that are going on, clubs, tournaments. We just recently had our elk drawing. There's a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of excitement going on across the state. The Kentucky Wild program continues to flourish. We have memberships in nearly every state, and we'll talk more about that today. One of the most important things that I always want to touch on, thank you to the sportsmen and women for making this possible. We're honored to serve you, and we're committed to you. The Fish and Game Fund looks strong, continues to look strong, and after turkey season, the beginning of boat season, it helps the books, and we're excited about the direction that we're heading. The law enforcement division today has 11 new recruits that are on campus today. We're excited. We are very close to being fully staffed in law enforcement division, and that's a breath of fresh air. Our directors have been working hard to put their budgets together. We have a lot of things that we're going to announce in the next several months, so we're really excited about that. And this weekend is free fishing weekend, so on Saturday and Sunday you can take anybody, and we hope you can enjoy Kentucky waters. Remember to wear a life jacket if you are on the water. And lastly, I'm excited about our new website. It looks great. Our team put a great design together, and it's user friendly. So Dr. Kleiner, thank you for the floor this morning, and I'll be turning it over to Brian Clark.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Deputy
you,
Commissioner
Rich.
Clark.
Thank you, Commissioner and Chairman Kleiner. Appreciate very much the opportunity and frankly, the privilege for a few minutes of the floor, because this morning we're going to recognize and honor a mentor, a colleague, and a friend to numerous staff in this department and countless numbers of students across the country and frankly across the world, and adults who are connected with schools and the archery industry. Upon his retirement, Roy Grimes concluded his career in the fish and wildlife profession after working in Missouri and Kansas by serving as the wildlife division director and then deputy commissioner for Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources. During his time with the department, Roy helped to launch and develop the Kentucky Archery in the Schools program, which in short order became the National Archery in the Schools program, or NASP. As a result of his efforts, upon his retirement from KDFWR, Roy was hired as the first executive director for NASP, or National Archery in the Schools program. He moved on to the president and CEO and served in that role until very recently for about 20 years. What began as a pilot program in a few schools in Kentucky in 2001 has become a worldwide phenomenon over the last 20 years, with in-school programs in 47 states, 8 provinces, and 11 countries. NASP has enabled more than 18 million students to shoot archery and has trained over 100,000 adult instructors. Hundreds of thousands of these trained archers have become hunters and anglers along their skill development pathways. For his outstanding work in fish and wildlife conservation in Kentucky and elsewhere, and in the shooting sports industry, we deeply thank Roy Grimes, who is with us this morning via Zoom, for his invaluable contributions, and we wish him the very best in retirement. Congratulations, Roy, and from the bottom of our hearts, thank you for your work.
Absolutely.
And we'll give you the floor. If you have any remarks, you don't have to. It's spontaneous, but if you'd like to say anything, we'll give you a couple of minutes to do that.
Thank you, Brian, Commissioner Storm, and the Fish and Wildlife Commission. Just a few remarks. First of all, I consider myself not a retiree from fish and wildlife agencies in Indiana, Kansas, Missouri, and my home, Kentucky, where I was born. And you guys brought me back after 41 years of being gone. I've always considered myself a graduate of the Fish and Wildlife Resources Department. I've always had a high respect for the statutory mission of the department, which I believe is a calling from God to be stewards and promote stewardship of his wild creation. Just not very far from you folks is a door, and behind that door, back in August of 2001, an assignment was made to see if we can get a shooting sport taught in Kentucky schools. And I remember that started with a PowerPoint, shortly followed by a prayer. How could this ever be done? And I prayed for wisdom. Many people in the program prayed for the wisdom to make the right decisions. And lo and behold, 20 years later, which seems like a snap of the fingers, we're where we are now. We do this for conservation and for the children. And we find out that we also do it for the parents of those children who are thrilled to death that many of their kids have found something that is important to them and a place in their local school. Appreciate this agency for having the courage to do so many things that take courage to do. And I've always thought that about the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources. And thank you for remembering me again for another few moments. And I appreciate you all and God's blessing on you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Back over to you for another introduction.
Yeah, you're going to do the next one.
Mhm.
Okay, Brian. Commissioner, go ahead.
Before I introduce Tommy, I just want to say, when I was hired on, I had the opportunity to meet with Roy and Tommy. And when I left that meeting, I said, here are two faithful men and two great leaders. And it's been an honor to work with you all. I'm excited about where you're going. And we're going to talk a little bit about Tommy. This time, I'm thrilled to introduce Roy Grimes' successor as president and CEO of NASP, fellow Kentucky native and outdoorsman, Dr. Thomas Floyd. Tommy was hired by NASP as vice president and general manager in 2015, following a career of over 30 years as an educator, high school principal, and coach of a NASP championship team in Somerset. Dr. Floyd is an exceptional communicator, leader, and we know he will continue the strong growing trajectory of the National Archery in the Schools program. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Tommy and give us an update on NASP.
Thank you, Brian. I'd like to begin by thanking my dear friend Carl Kleiner for a lifetime of friendship. He continues to be one of my heroes as a young sportsman. For whatever reason, he chose to be my friend when he didn't necessarily have to be. And our outdoor adventures have been many and lasting. As a Kentuckian, I'm so glad to be here today as a sportsman and a recipient of so many outdoor opportunities that this agency and commission has provided. As commissioners, you hear a lot of feedback, and I just want to make sure that when I have an opportunity to get in front of you, I tell you how grateful I am for your continuous commitment to the beautiful Commonwealth that we all love, and for doing some things that are very difficult. It's not an easy job, and I thank each of you for doing it. God bless you for that effort. Mr. Commissioner, welcome back, sir. Mr. Clark, thank you for all you've done in difficult issues. I'm humbled today to follow Roy, former Deputy Commissioner of Kentucky. And I thank Roy for the opportunity and the many, many hours of conversations as I became Vice President. On behalf of the NASP board, I'm very happy to be here today. As Roy mentioned at the beginning, as an educator, I was a high school principal when I began my NASP journey. We had 17 or 18 students at Somerset High School that attended the first ever state tournament in Lexington. And what I saw this program do for children and young people is, as they say, now history. Now in 21, after 19 years in a global pandemic, NASP has helped over 18 million kids discover what for many will be a lifetime joy with a bow and arrow. NASP and its many valuable partners have awarded over $2.6 million in scholarships. It continues to work for educators, conservation, and the shooting sports, and we're very proud of those three. As COVID begins to release its grip, I'm so excited to be able to see the wonderful things that NASP does again for students. Next week, I'll be traveling to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, where we're going to have our Open Championship tournament, our first in-person event in a year and a half. We have 2,600 kids signed up, and we could not be more excited for the smiles that we are about to see. But I want to make sure as a commission, you know what's happening here in Kentucky. Kentucky continues to be the state that led the introduction of NASP to the world. Over 150,000 were introduced to archery annually pre-COVID. About 10% of those participate in some form of a competition. And there are approximately 15,000 unique archers in this state. NASP has a program called Academic Archer. Kentucky continues to be the leader in academic archer, one of the nation's leaders in the support and promotion of the importance of academics while shooting archery. Over 2,500 active BAIs. But there's one ingredient that you have going for you that a lot of states wish they had, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention it. My thanks for input from a young lady named Lisa Fry. She is 100% about what is good for students, Kentucky outdoors, and NASP. Lisa Fry is in the NASP world what I would call a superstar. She has a can-do attitude, and if it's about how to get more kids to shoot a bow and arrow or more opportunities for kids, that's who Lisa is. Thank you for allowing her to be as awesome of a leader as she is in our world. There's some others in your organization that I simply must thank that continue to serve Kentucky's kids. Lisa has a tremendous network of regional coordinators. And if you've met them, you know exactly what I'm talking about. They're exceptional. And they do things just in their areas of Kentucky, which grow the program and provide opportunities for kids. They are extremely knowledgeable, talented, and dedicated to what they're doing. Some other people that I absolutely must mention, and I know I'm going to forget someone, and if I do, I apologize. When I contact your agency for anything, people like Rachel Kroon, who just can't wait to find out a way to help us. Gabe Jenkins, who only says, how can we accomplish this when it comes to our kids? Mr. Brian Blank, who pours his bucket of opportunity ideas out on me whenever I talk to him. And I just want to make sure that the commission knows that I give a shout out to my local conservation officer, Jason Estes, who I get to see about once a month or once every other month. Again, another ambassador for what's good for kids in my county of Pulaski. This commission and this agency continue to be a national leader for many, many things. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for what you do for our kids across the Commonwealth. Thank you for what you do for NASP. I hope to see each and every one of you at a NASP event. We have multiples in Kentucky. We'll be back at KEC in May. We'll be back in KEC at June in Louisville. I would love to have you there. Lisa's tournament, Kentucky's tournament will be in March. So again, God bless each of you for what you do for Kentucky's natural resources. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Brian, have you got further that you?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much again, Dr. Floyd and Roy, for your work.
Yeah, stay with us a few minutes. Don't leave us yet.
At this time, Kevin Kelly, if we can get you connected, I believe you're going to read for us a statement about public comments.
Good morning. Public comments for today's meeting are being handled as follows. Those wishing to comment about a topic on the agenda may email their comments with public comments in the email subject line to fw.publicaffairs@ky.gov until 10:30 a.m. Eastern today. Comments will be read by department staff up to 3 minutes total per commenter during the public comments time on the agenda, time permitting. Commenters must include their first and last name, Kentucky county of residence or state of residence if a non-resident, and organizational affiliation and position if an individual is an officer or official representative for a particular organization. Contact information is not required, but will be helpful if information is requested and will not be publicly disclosed if provided. The commission chair reserves the right to not read publicly any comments that are libelous, profane, derogatory of others, or not relevant to the meeting agenda. The commission will review all public comments, and questions will receive an email response.
Thank you, Kevin. I think it's noteworthy to mention too that we have opened up the comment period now for about a week, isn't it near a week? About a week. We had many shareholders say that they didn't have quite enough time in just the early morning hours to comment on agenda items. So we have now opened it up for about a week. So that certainly gives our sportsmen and women much more time to be able to comment about agenda items, which brings me to a reminder that Commissioner Swallows reminded me of this morning. We got a few calls or a few emails about the inability of a few sportsmen to be able to find the agenda on the website. As the commissioner has already mentioned, we've done several things to make the website much more user-friendly, and we're very thankful for that. But we are posting 2 weeks ahead the presumed agenda without detail, 2 weeks ahead, so they can prepare, so stakeholders can prepare a little bit. And then 1 week prior to the meeting, we're putting the agenda as well as all the attachments so sportsmen can peruse everything that will be discussed that day 1 week ahead. I think a few people may have had some difficulty finding the entire agenda spelled out, but I think we're going to do a few things that might enhance the ability of people to find that. But please note that 2 weeks prior to the meeting, we're going to have a preliminary agenda, and then the attachments 1 week prior. The reason we have to do that is because we have some additions and changes in the agenda. And if we posted it all 2 weeks ahead, then some of those things would not be valid. And so that's why we wait until the last week, but you have a full week to view the agenda as well as all the attachments. So thank you, Kevin. Any other comments that you have, Deputy Commissioner? To Mr. Grimes and to Dr. Floyd, I can't thank you enough on behalf of the commission, and I think speaking for the department, of all the good works you've done. Mr. Grimes, I would speculate that you had no idea when you took over the helm of this or started this NASP program that you would have involved 18 million children. And I have known Tommy Floyd for 35 years, and I can unequivocally say that 18 million he'll be trying to erase from the record book because he's going to try to make that 19, 20, 21 million or whatever. So knowing Dr. Floyd, and he's one of those people who'll grab the ball and take off running. He is not going to settle for 18 million. He'll be working hard to make that happen. So thank you both for your dedicated service to NASP and to help educate the children that we all agree, all sportsmen and all the commission and all the department people say that children are where we're headed with the future of the department. So thank you both gentlemen for your contributions. We're about ready for action items. If there's no other preliminary discussions, let's get into the first of our action items. And for today, that's the approval of the minutes. We have 4 different meetings, gentlemen, to discuss: the March 5th, April 1st, April 14th, and May 5th minutes. In your packet, that should be pages 4 through 21, attachments A1 through A4. I hope you've all read over those and found any errors or any additions that you'd like to make. And I'll turn the floor over to you all for discussions or additions and corrections to those minutes. Commissioner Horn.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the minutes of the March 5th, April 1st, April 14th, and May 5th meetings.
We have a motion to accept all 4 meeting minutes as they are written. Is there a second to that motion?
Mr. Chairman, I second.
We have a second from Kenny Knott. Is there any discussion about those? If not, I'll ask for you to raise your hand as I call for your vote. All in favor of accepting all 4 dates and meetings as written, please raise your hand. There's no need for negative votes. We have a positive acceptance of those meetings, so the motion passes. Next is the quarterly financial statement. In your attachments, that should be A5, pages 22 through 25, and somewhere I hope we have Lisa here. Lisa, are you with us? There's Lisa. Good morning, Lisa. We cannot hear you, Lisa. Lisa, can you turn on your mic? Oh, she's working on it, I think. Lisa, we still don't have you. Everybody stand by. She's still attempting to get on. We may have to come back to that in a minute if we're unable to do that.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. I was just getting ready to go on to the next item and come back to you, but that's, we're glad to have you this morning, Lisa Cox.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Okay. Anything you want to tell us about the quarterly financial at this time before we get into the fiscal year operating budget?
No, I would entertain questions. Hopefully the notes on the financial statements have been good. If Gabe wants to put the financial statement up, if y'all have any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them.
He has them up, Lisa. You probably can't see that from there they are. Anybody have any questions about the quarterly financial statement at this time? I hope you've all looked over it. Everybody's quiet this morning, looking at figures, trying to figure.
Well, if there are no questions, if we could just have a motion then to approve them.
Can you all hear her?
I did.
Well,
She asked if there are no questions for a motion.
okay,
I would move that we accept the quarterly report.
okay. I have a motion that we accept the quarterly report as presented. Is there a second to that motion? Paul Horn seconds that motion. Any discussion further about the quarterly financial statement?
Chairman Klein, may I just
Yes.
thank the budget working group for meeting with Lisa and me in the interim between the last meeting to review these as well as the proposed budget.
Sure.
And ask a lot of good questions and help us essentially vet that process. So we just want to thank the budget working group.
Yes, I believe Paul Horn and Doug Morgan are both on that reviewing group. Appreciate you guys taking extra time because I think it took about a day. You'll spend about a day, didn't it?
It did, and I want to thank Lisa for her patience, helping myself understand the finances, and it was a good meeting.
Paul, anything you want to say about that?
No, just to thank Lisa and Brian for taking the time to go through all the items with us, and really appreciate that.
Thank you.
I have an open door for any of the other commission members. You don't have to be on the budget working group.
Thank you, Lisa. I think it really helps for a couple of the commissioners to be able to sit in and go over it with you. It makes it much more understandable for all of us, but especially for those on that committee, so, or on that working group. So thank you very much for that. If there's no further discussion, we'll take a vote. All in favor of accepting the quarterly financial statements as written, please signify by raising your hand. By acclamation, we accept that motion. Fiscal year 2022 management operating budget. You should all have a very thick packet about the budget. I think they've gone over this thing several times. And if we have any questions about that budget, we'll entertain those questions now, both of Lisa and maybe Commissioner if he needs to answer any questions too. It's a big packet, as you all know. The detailed packet and page 26 of your packets.
I will add to this budget, Chairman Kleiner.
Yes.
Lisa's done a great job with this.
Mhm.
I looked at some of these 15 years ago and very cumbersome. Just obviously old accounting principles, but she brings pie charts. She brings a lot of information together, and she and I shared some thoughts on this yesterday, and we really appreciate the organization and commitment to make this simple yet detailed.
Thank you, Lisa. He is right. I've heard from many of the commission members that we're finally able to understand what's put down there much better than we have in years past. So you're doing a great job. We appreciate it.
If there be no other questions, I would make a motion that we accept the fiscal year 2022 management operating budget.
I have a motion to accept the 2022 year management operating budget. Is there a second to that motion? Brian Fisher seconds that motion. Any further discussion? Only discussion item I might say about that is this is open to the public to view the operating budget at some time. Is that can be seen now? Or
They're always posted, as Lisa alluded to. It's a public meetings last couple of years on transparency, .ky.gov.
Okay.
But then also folks can inquire with us if they have particular questions about things as well. We're happy to provide more information if you want.
Thank you, Commissioner. So the public should be able to have knowledge of all the operating budget at their viewing it whenever they need to. So no further discussion. We take a vote. All in favor of acceptance of the 2022 budget as written, please signify by raising your hand. By acclamation, we accept that budget. The next item of action items is Camp Earl Wallace capital expenditure. That should be attachment A7 on page 27, I believe. And Michael's with us there. Michael Scott's going to do that presentation about Camp Earl Wallace. Go ahead, Michael.
Good morning. The department is seeking commission budget approval for the construction of a new dining hall at Camp Earl Wallace. So the current dining hall was built in 1951. We've got a few pictures here to show what the current building looks like. And so this serves as the kitchen, commercial kitchen, and the eating area for the kids at camp. And Camp Wallace fully staffed or fully full of kids is about 208 kids. And then you have 30 or so more counselors in here, all eating twice a day. So it is very cramped as is. And not only cramped, there's also this current building's in need of some repairs. And so we've decided it's served its useful life, and it's time to replace it. Would be the best option moving forward. And so we're seeking a budget of $3.5 million for this project. We have replaced the one at Camp Curry already, and we've used the cost there to come up with this budget number. And so we think it will be a similar project as what we had at Curry. We're looking at probably 10 to 13,000 square foot building. It'll not only be the dining hall, it'll be the kitchen. We'll have walk-in freezers, walk-in coolers. We'll have bathrooms, storage rooms for all the tables and chairs, and also have the dry food storage. And so with that, I'll open it up to any questions if you have questions about Curry or this project, but that's essentially what we're looking to do.
I had two things.
Sure.
How many people is the dining hall suited for as it's constructed, Michael?
So the current code, you need about 15 square feet per person for occupancy, and that will allow about 150 people in there now, is what it's essentially was designed for.
And the other additions you all see in your packet, this would be 69% federal funded.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Right.
69% federal funded. The remaining would be fish and game funds, and then possibly some donations.
I've had the pleasure of seeing Camp Curry's. That's where I went to camp many years ago. And that dining hall is beautiful and well suited for the camp. And if this one was built in 1951, I don't believe there's anybody who will argue with the fact that we certainly probably need to update it. And I don't think anybody will be disappointed with the fact that 69% of that funding should come from federal grants. So that's also good too. Any questions from commission members for Michael concerning update of Camp Earl Wallace?
Brian?
So if the projects, let's just say our projections are under the amount, would that still be 69% federal funded if we have to go over? Because construction prices just in the last year and a half have skyrocketed. So doing a comparable apples to apples is probably us understating the.
Yeah, so the Camp Curry was 2.99 or $2.91 million. So we have a 20% increase. Camp Curry also had a basement. We're not sure if we'll need a basement here or not. So we do have some, we have taken those numbers and added to them to come up with the 3.5 million. But as far as the federal funds, I mean, we'll write the grant for that amount. And then if we don't expend the full amount that we write the grant for, then I guess those will go back. We won't necessarily lose them. We'll have to reallocate them to another project.
I have a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Morgan.
I had the pleasure of attending Camp Earl Wallace for two summers in on or about 1964. And according to those pictures, the kitchen has held up better than I have, but I would still think it would be time to redo the kitchen. So if it would be permissible, I would make the motion that we go forward with this.
I have a motion to accept Camp Earl Wallace expenditure, capital expenditure proposal. Do I have a second to that motion? Ken Knott seconds that motion. Is there any further discussion about Camp Earl Wallace? Then I'll ask for a vote. Please signify if you vote for Camp Earl Wallace capital expenditure by raising your hand. Opposed, no. Brian, was that a no, or did you just late raise your hand?
I don't think the screen was picking my hand up.
Okay.
It was a yes.
So by acclamation, we have decided to accept the capital expenditure proposal for Camp Earl Wallace. So that motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
The next action item is waterfowl hunting requirements. Chris Garland. Chris, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
There's Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
All right. This proposed action is to change the sloughs waterfowl hunting requirements. Fish and Wildlife made several changes to how the waterfowl hunts were managed at Ballard and sloughs back in the 2018-19 seasons. These changes were part of a series of recommendations from the Wetland Review Committee to improve the hunt quality and hunter satisfaction. You guys passed a slew of additional changes at the last meeting, and this one was tabled so some commission members could get some more information, talk to some sportsmen in the area, and I think you guys have had those discussions with staff and sportsmen, and so we're bringing this one back to the table.
Do you want to explain the changes in that?
Yeah, it's specifically to remove the 14 seasonally drawn blinds from the Grassy Pond, Powell Lake, and Highland Creek units, and allow those areas to be hunted as walk-in units.
Let's see, that's page 28. Any comments or questions that you all have for Chris concerning that? Is it 28 through?
It's page 29.
28, 29. Now, this is waterfowl hunting requirements only. This is not the Ballard.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Or Mr. Chairman.
Ryan, can you get a little more light? You're in the shade. There's a light.
You want me to come up and just stick my face in it?
I thought there for a while you had a black net over your head and we couldn't tell who you were, but if you don't think we can see you.
I need a backlit camera. So I've had a chance to talk to the area manager and the foreman up there since our last meeting. Not had any feedback really from public, and after talking to the area manager and foreman up there and getting good details on what they're planning to do, I think it's a good idea. So I'll make a motion that we approve this item.
Is there a second to that? Second to the motion to approve the waterfowl hunting requirement amendments that Chris has listed here on page 28. On 29, Ralph Swallow seconds that. Is there any further discussion concerning the waterfowl hunting requirement amendments put forth by Chris Garland from Wildlife? I will say, Chris, thank you for listing these KARs that you want to amend. I believe in the last session we talked about, we didn't know what you're amending from and to, and you have listed in here. So on behalf of the commission, thank you for listing those. It makes it a lot easier to understand where the changes are. And I believe in the next one, we're going to talk about, you've even highlighted them. So thank you for changing that. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for a vote for the waterfowl hunting requirement amendments put forth by Chris on page 28. We have a motion and a second to that. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Again, by acclamation, we accept that the motion, and so the motion passes. The next one is the Ballard Wildlife Management Area Entry Rules. That's on page 29 and 30. That's attachment A9, gentlemen, for in your packet. Chris?
Yes, sir. This is a action item will be to repeal 301 KAR 4020 and move those relevant portions into 301 KAR 222. This will simply a reg cleanup item that we've been doing over multiple meetings, just to get rid of some old antiquated regulations and try to simplify things for us and as well as our sportsmen. And I've highlighted on the second page of that, I've highlighted the old reg that will be moved, highlighted the portions that would be moved to 222.
Dave, is there any way to put that highlighted page up for the public to see on page 30? Is there a way to put that up? Okay. Paul, did you have a question or a comment about that?
I just knew that we had brought this up at the March meeting and we're bringing it up again. And I guess since we're trying to clarify and simplify, this only relates to Ballard. Why doesn't it relate to other WMAs? Why is it Ballard? Is this an issue at any other WMAs about entry during flooding events?
And not that I'm aware of. It could be at SLUs, but we'd have the same regulation in 222 as far as the enforcement of that in other areas as well.
So you propose the cleanup here is to be what you have highlighted in yellow. I'd
Yes,
like,
sir.
yeah, good. Thank you, Gabe, for putting that up. I'd like for the public to be able to see those changes in yellow. There's not much change, but those that are in yellow are the ones that you want to make effective in this change. The ones that are not highlighted will be deleted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So the highlighted ones are going to be moved, would be moved into the,
Moved.
assume within another regulation, just
Yes.
essentially eliminated duplicates and duplication.
Other comments or questions? I'll entertain a motion concerning those changes for the Ballard Wildlife Management Area restrictions. Gentlemen, what do you want to do with this?
Mr. Chairman, I so move.
I have a motion from Ken Knott that we accept on page 30, those items highlighted in yellow to be the amended portion moved to another regulation. Do I have a second to that?
I'll second that.
I have a second from Dr. Floyd. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of that motion to accept on page 30, those highlighted in yellow to be moved to the other amended area of another KAR, please signify by raising your hand. Again, motion carries by acclamation. That motion is accepted also. The next item, and it may not be on some of your packets, it is not on mine. It was a late item being put in, but I believe it's on the public packet. I believe the public is able to see that. Is the research concerning the spiny scale crayfish project. That should be item A10 in a new attachment. I think they sent us the page or two. Action item A10 is what they're calling that, and you might have the addition that you got in your other packet. Has everybody seen that? Everybody got that? Is David Greaves doing that? Is Dave here or
Actually, it's
I'll be presenting that one.
Chris? Okay, Chris. I didn't know if that was a wildlife issue or a fisheries issue.
No problem. Basically, this is just asking for the approval of the research project from the commission. The spiny scale crayfish is scheduled for review by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to determine its candidacy for listing under the Endangered Species Act. However, the taxonomic status and distribution of this species is very unclear and widely unknown. The project will span 2 years with an estimated total agency cost of $10,000. The project will be focused on collection and morphometric and genetic data to clarify the taxonomic status of the spiny scale crayfish and to delineate its range in Kentucky. Ultimately, the results of this study will be used to inform the future listing decisions by the Fish and Wildlife Service. And further, it's anticipated that the project could result in the discovery of new species of crayfish currently unknown.
So let me ask you, Chris, if they really don't know how many there are or how well distributed they are, how do they know that it could possibly be on the endangered species list? In other words, if you don't know where they are or how many there are, how do you know it might be endangered?
Well, it's like I said, that they do know it is very few from what they've seen so far from the research that's been
What the
done.
state distribution is, how many states have?
From what I've seen, and I'm
scale crayfish?
not the subject matter expert on this by any means, but it's been found in far east Kentucky and Tennessee and Virginia is the only areas that.
So maybe only 3 states then.
Yeah.
Do they catch smallmouth bass?
I would say smallmouth.
I'm asking that for Commissioner Swallows. He wants to know. Yeah. Okay, Brian Fisher.
I have a question.
Hang on, I got Brian Fisher first. So
Oh, sorry.
thank you.
What fund will this research come from?
This comes from our federal funding that we get from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Section 6 funds.
Is that funding, could it be used for any type of research, or is it dedicated specifically to this type, like endangered species or something like that?
Yep. Yes, sir. It's dedicated to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service kind of priority species.
Good question. Yes. Let me, Mr. Morgan, if you'll hold your question for a minute, I'm going to let the Deputy Commissioner speak here.
I just wanted to share a general comment. I would say on behalf of the Commissioner's Office and stakeholders out there that this research is appreciated in the sense that by better understanding and potentially preventing the listing of a species, it makes the management and conservation of those species at the state level often much easier. We can much more fluidly work with partners to conserve species that may be limited in distribution or number or both. And this could help us prevent that listing, which again, across federal, state lines and partners could be very advantageous. So I would just say it's a commendable effort on wildlife's part, because we want to prevent listings so that we don't have challenges in managing for these species, and also for private landowners and other stakeholders that would incur lots of restrictions if a species were to be listed.
Now, Mr. Morgan.
If in fact we find that this particular crayfish is a endangered species, how will the sportsmen and landowners determine it from your everyday crawdad? How would you know that you had captured something on the endangered species list?
That's a really good question. I would recommend, if you're in an area where that they did occur and it was a non-occurrence, that you would consult with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service or one of our biologists.
Kind of a part 2 to that question that Doug asked is, how might that impact the streams where they're found? In other words, they're not going to stop fishing. They're not going to stop fishing because Ralph wants to use some of those to catch smallmouth. I'm just, how would that possibly impact from other endangered species that we find, like some of the mollusks? Is that going to make it where that you can't get in that stream and run a kayak or get in that stream and fish for other fish?
No. Most of the restrictions would be on, construction and development that would impact those streams.
Ralph, go ahead.
Well, and my question would be, how might it impact the landowners adjacent? Would there be, or do we know what it would put in motion? Should that be considered, that research proved to be considered an endangered species? And we don't know that, right?
We don't know that. And again, most like Brian said, most of this work is done to try to help, give the service, better information And a lot of times the work that this accomplishes helps preclude that from listing. So it's to the betterment of landowners.
Commissioner Clark, did you have a comment?
I was just going to simply add that if just to add what Chris said, if they were whether listed or not, if we determined that the range was really limited and therefore the species was, let's say, at risk just because of development in a local area or something where it might be endemic, or if the numbers overall across its range were very limited, irrespective of listing, based on this research, we could take some efforts to try to conserve it, including public education and in those local areas, habitat improvement, for example, and things like that. So we certainly want to be realistic, reasonable with the public, and also try to conserve these species.
Commissioner Knott.
I know it's been said that they don't particularly know, but in general statement, would it be thought that they are in eastern mountain small streams, or do we find them distributed throughout the state, or what would be your best guess?
Eastern Kentucky, far east Kentucky small streams along that Tennessee-Virginia border.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? All good questions, gentlemen. Any other questions or comments concerning research on Spanish scale crawfish project? I'll entertain a motion from the floor concerning that item.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move forward with this research program.
Mr. Knott has made a motion that we move forward with the research on Spanish scale crawfish project. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Floyd. Any further discussion on that item? Then I'll ask for a show of hands for all in favor of that item. By acclamation again, we have passed that motion. Thank you, gentlemen. That should conclude our action items for today. Boy, that was good. You all really moved through those, and I think I'm gonna give praise to the commission for going over this packet. This packet was 52 pages long, plus some other amendments. So I'd say they all spent at least a day going over these. So thank you, gentlemen, for your time to be prepared for the meeting. That's really appreciated from the department and from me. The next item on our agenda today is a discussion item. And I talked to a couple of commissioners this week about discussion items. On discussion items, I will be moving those on unless someone is displeased with the thought of moving it on. I will probably take the liberty of moving on discussion items to new business items.
Or action items.
I mean, the action items, I'm sorry, discussion items on to action items with a vote, but new business items, I will move on to discussion items without a vote if that pleases the commission. So on any new business item, I will automatically move those to discussion unless there's some disapproval from you all. And on discussion items, of course, we'll call for a vote to move that on to an action item. So the first discussion item is the black bear season structure. John Hast should be held. There's John Hast. Boy, everybody's on. Gabe, you have got everybody right on the line lined up. So thank you. Dr. Hast, do you want to explain to us about the black bear season structure?
I can let Chris run through the general info unless he wants me to.
I'll cover the basics of it. And if you have any questions, just obviously feel free to ask myself or John.
This is page, by the way, page 31 and 32, gentlemen, of your packet. So I thought I'd better tell you where we are in your packet. So 31 and 32.
Yep. Basically, what the Wildlife Division recommends consolidating the number of bear zones to 2 and using hunt days to regulate the bear harvest rather than the current harvest quota system. The following specific amendments are recommended by the division. Remove the harvest quota requirements for all bear zones. Establish 2 bear zones proposed on the attached map that you'll see on the next slide. Bear harvest will be regulated by the number of days the seasons remain to be open. For the chart at the bottom of this page, we'd also amend the minimum weight requirements for harvested bears to 50 pounds, amend the minimum modern gun caliber to 264 cal /6.5, open a Creek County zone to chase and bear hunting with dogs, amend bear check-in requirements. Successful hunters must contact a biologist prior to leaving the bear zone and adjust the bear hunt with dog season dates as displayed below to avoid overlap with the fall turkey and archery and crossbow seasons for bears.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Knott.
Most of these things seem like a very good move on, for the most part. I know people that would take vacation or whatever to bear hunt now have a set number of days they would be able to hunt versus having to check nightly to see if a bear's been taken and then they're put out where they can't hunt anymore. So I think that's a positive move, and I think our populations will go along with that. I have one question on line 4 there. You're amending to 50 pounds, but what are you amending it from?
Yeah, so currently right now it's at 75 pounds, and it's not specified in regulations if that's the whole bear or field dressed or quartered. And so we have had a few come in that have been field dressed that are right on that 75 pound mark. So essentially this is just going to give the hunter some wiggle room to meet that requirement.
Okay, I kind of got a little bit of a problem with that is publicly and things like that is how small a bear you're going to take. Okay, and how that appears is kind of like shooting a spotted fawn, you know. I'm not a bear hunter and I don't fully understand it. All I don't pretend to, but I'm a little bit cautious on that particular part. But I would take the wisdom of the group and the biologist here, but I would like that. I'd like to be educated on that particular line, but everything else, I think you've done a wonderful job on.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to
Mr.
speak on
Swallows.
that. John, I've had that response that seems to be too small at 50 pounds. Again, whether it's field dressed or even the harvested size. And I would agree with Commissioner Knott that public perception might not be so good. I'm not a bear hunter, but that's the response I've got from some in my district.
Good.
I ran this request by a couple of houndsman people who are big bear hunters or big bear chasers, and they objected to 50 pounds. They just felt like that was too small. John, is there a way to calculate the live weight of a bear like we do? There's that formula for estimating the live weight of a deer when it's field dressed. You know, there's a formula. Could we not use that formula to if it was 64 pounds, then we knew the live weight was 89 pounds, or some mathematical formula to help assure that if we have it now at 75, that since you had some that were marginal, that you could calculate that way if they came in already field dressed? Or I don't know if you understand my question or not.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a possibility. And we've had a couple of occurrences, and lots of times when I address this question to hunters before the season, you know, my answer is, if you think it's close, bring the whole thing. I mean, you know,
right.
We've had a number of people that law enforcement has asked to go retrieve a couple more pounds of bear, which basically required them to go back and you know, retrieve the gut pile and come back and weigh it along with the bear, and that got them up over 75 pounds. Right. So this is just something that's been brought to me by our field staff that are running these bear check stations. But it's certainly something. Other states in the Southeast have adjusted this over the years, but it's sort of a traditional reg in bear hunting is to have a weight requirement. And I will remind you that, cubs, basically bears that are still with their mother are illegal to take in reg. And we do have, just plotting the weights and the ages of the bears that we've taken over the last, since 2010. Essentially, you can have a 2-year-old bear that's anywhere from 75 pounds to 300 pounds. And so those are, of course, bears that are on their own that are right at that weight limit. And I completely understand the concern. And again, this is just something that's come up from my field staff, those folks working the check stations, but it's definitely something we can move on without. So,
might I ask, Chairman?
Sure.
Would it address the concerns of the members, and that, based on the feedback you've received, if this specified field dressed or quartered? In other words, that would be push it well over 75 pounds, which would be most likely bears that are they're independent of their mothers, their cubs, that have dispersed from the sow. Would that address a concern? I think what I believe, and John, correct me if I'm wrong, or Chris, I believe what they're looking for is something objective to be able to use in the field, so the officers, can enforce, and that will be practical in the field.
I think the most practical way to do it is say that the bear had to weigh 100 pounds undressed or 75 pounds dressed or whatever. Have both of those in there. That way there's two criteria and both of them would be big enough.
Whichever one you met,
you'd be good. And that way, if a person brought a bear in whole, if they hadn't field dressed, if they met that criteria, they're good.
Other comments, questions?
50 pounds
Paul?
does seem small though.
I can't, I'm off the screen now. I guess am I doing something here? I'm off. I'm not made a touch it with this. I don't know.
Can I make a comment while you're doing
Yes,
that? Mr.
yes, go
Chairman?
ahead, Mr. Morgan.
If the weight of the bear to be checked in is 75 pounds, period, then it would be up to the option of the hunter to either field dress it or not field dress it, but it would have to weigh 75 pounds at the check-in station. I don't know how you could get it much more simpler than that. Why not just make it 75 pounds at the check-in station, whichever how they bring it?
Yeah, so that's exactly how we have it now, which would be my suggestion. If we don't want to reduce that weight, we just stick with the status quo that our hunters are used to.
Other questions and comments?
Yeah, I have a second question about the item number 5, the minimum caliber. So it's currently 270. Where did 264 or 6.5 come from?
Yeah, we've gotten lots of requests. When I put this bear reg together, we essentially just copied our requirements from our elk caliber requirements. It was a nicely written, ready to go package. We've gotten lots of requests as kind of the 6.5 Creedmoors and other calibers have gotten popular. We've gotten lots of requests for hunters to be able to use that, and that honestly, in plotting weights of our bears, our average bear harvest is about 180 pounds. So that's, I think the perception is that they are more difficult to humanely harvest than they really are. And a 6.5 with something that you would use for deer with the appropriate bullet is more than enough for a bear. I've gotten lots of requests from youth hunters wanting to use that 6.5. That seems to be pretty popular caliber for them.
I understand that. I was just going to say, and this is just devil's advocate. Someone says, I shoot a 25-06. That's a long action caliber. It's ballistically much superior to a 6.5, which is a short action caliber. Why can't I use mine that's ballistically superior? Now, this is just a little thing. I really don't have a dog in the fight. I'm not a bear hunter, but it's something to think about because I know people that shoot 6.5 and I know people that shoot 25-06.
Mm-hmm.
And
I agree.
There's not a difference.
We had this same concern about coyote hunting. They wanted to change it to include the 6.5 because it's become such a popular caliber that they wanted 6.5 in there.
I just want us to do the right thing, not the popular thing.
Sure.
But I've never shot a bear. I don't know how easy they are to shoot. You might kill one with a 243 pretty easily. I don't know. So I will certainly take your recommendation on that, Dr. Haas.
Thank you. Yeah.
I know that the concern with some of the bear hunters I contacted was the 50-pound. They were concerned about that, and they enjoy chasing and harvesting bears. But I think that they thought the 50-pound was. I have a 110-pound giant Schnauzer dog, and I can't imagine halving that weight. You can about put him in an attaché case, it seems like. But
that's pretty small.
That's the only objection I heard of this entire list of things that you wanted to change was. I think they would have been more satisfied if we just kept it where it was.
Would it be proper to introduce a motion right now, Mr. Chairman?
Well, wait, I've still got another question here from Brian. When the questions are kind of diminished, we'll take a motion. Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, I just have one question because I know in a lot of the harvest results we look at, we factor or look at factors on harvest due to weather. Does this season structure give us enough time in each of these to take the proper number of bears in the event we have an adverse weather event? Because if you got a 3-day bear season, gun season at the December, they get hit hard by a snowstorm. I mean, that could be 0 bears harvested under this current structure.
Yeah, I think it does. And weather's still going to play a factor. The acorn crop is going to play a factor into this. What I think we've learned in the last 4 or 5 years, at least what I've seen, we've had pretty varied weather for that December hunt, and they're still managing to kill. Last year was started out kind of warm, but then got cold and rainy towards the end. And they still managed to take a good number of bears and shut down quite a few zones. And again, this is one of those things we're starting out with these number of days, and it would be simple in the future to add a day if we need to, if we're feeling like we're not hitting harvest objectives. That's sort of how I'm trying to set it up, where it's a little bit easier to, we'll just simply be able to add a day or subtract a day if we need to.
Go ahead, Paul.
I just want to make a comment, and John can correct me. I think we had 43 bears killed with archery in 2 or 3 days last year, just trying to show what we did have harvested last year, Brian.
Yeah, that's not too far off. So 87 total last year, 42 during archery season, and basically our popular high density zones shut down pretty quick in that archery season.
Chairman Clem.
Go ahead, Mr. Morgan.
I would move that we move this on to an action item and strike out Amendment 4.
Is there a second to that motion to move on to a action item next time with the striking out of item number 4, which is?
I will second that.
I seconded that by Robin Floyd. So I'm assuming, Mr. Morgan, from this motion that when you say strike that out, you're saying leave as is.
Right.
In other words, leave that 75 pound as is.
Correct.
In other words, okay, because if we strike that out, we got to replace it with something. So if it's leave as is. Is there any further discussion on that matter? Passing this on to an action item next time, as we see on page 31, those 8 items which are amendments to the present bear reg, except number 4, the amendment number 4 going to 50 pounds, leaving it at 75 pounds. Any further discussion on that? All in favor of passing on this discussion item to an action item next time, please signify by raising your hand. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. So that's the only discussion item we had. The next items we have are all new business items. We can either take the first one of these, the sport fishing regulations, page 33 through 36, because at 10 o'clock, we're going to declare a 30-minute break because the commission is going to take a tour of Slato and also meet the new 11 class member conservation officers as they begin today. We're going to meet them today between 10 and 10:30. So we'll resume at 10:30. What would be the pleasure of the commission as far as taking this first new business item? You want to take number 1 right now, attachment NB1. Do you want to do that one first and then take the break?
Be fine.
Okay, that sounds like that's what we're going to do. So sport fishing regulation, a new business item, and I assume there's Dave Dree's happy face. So Dave, you want to explain about page 33 through 36? That's NB1, gentlemen, on your packet.
Yes, sir. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Dave.
So Fisheries Division was proposing to simplify, update, and add, remove some special regulations for black bass, trout, catfish, and musky. And all these regulations are in 301 KR 1:201. So this is our big packet of regulation changes that we had mentioned that we were going to bring to you all for proposal. And the goal of these is to simplify regulations where possible, update as others needed to enhance the fisheries, and we'd like to proceed as these in a group or as one big packet, or would you like to do species groups? How'd you like to do that?
Do a group at a time, please.
Do a group at a time if you don't care. We've got a few minutes. You know, before I ask you to do that, David, I wonder if I can get the deputy commissioner to explain both to the commission and the public why some of these cleanups are required and how frequently they're done. He kind of explained to me, and it made it a good explanation, because I want the public to know that we're not just picking on KARs that we've got, that there's actually a requirement to review these every once in a while. And once I heard that explanation, it made it much easier for me to understand why some of these cleanups were both required and desired by the department. I don't want sportsmen and women to think that we're just picking on changing these things, because as you know, the department is not great about wanting change every year or whatever. So there is an explanation for this, and I'd kind of like for Mr. Clark to explain to everybody what goes on about these review of regulations every once in a while.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll be very brief just so you all can keep on topic here, but I appreciate the opportunity to explain that both for the commission members, but also for the public. There's a couple, well, several things really at play or at work here. So one is Commissioner Storm initiated a simplification process for all the divisions to look at regulations applicable to their division or cross divisions, and identify areas where we could streamline regulations, where from a management standpoint, there might be a very little difference between one regulation and another, simplifying, make it easier for the public, but then also to minimize changes over time that would be confusing to the public. We have a challenge of communicating information out because the hunting and fishing guides, which are published every year, we have tight timelines to get everything into those. And so if we're changing the same regulations, every year, every couple of years, it makes it very difficult to meet those deadlines, but also to communicate those changes to the public. So we're trying to simplify, make it easier for the end user, for the hunter and angler in every case we can. So that's an ongoing process. I'll also say, as you alluded to, there was a law passed a couple of years ago in the legislature that requires agencies to review regulations and make either clarification changes if they're needed or substantive changes. So if there are anything that are needed to update, clean up, or change in accordance with agency mission or other regulations or statutes, we're required to do that. So I'll just mention on our website, we do have a page. It's accessible from our homepage, fw.ky.gov. It lists administrative regulations about fish, wildlife, and boating. That's the link. It's KAR, Kentucky Administrative Regulations. And if you click on that, you'll see the list of proposed regulations, those that are working through the process, but also those that we have recently passed, and we're trying to do that for transparency reasons. And so if we don't address regulations, they will expire by that law. So we're required, again, by law to take these up, to look at them, and to make necessary changes. And so it is required for us to do that. So we apologize for any confusion. Some members of the public who look at that page may see a slew of regulations we recently have taken up and changed some verbiage, cleaned up, things like that. No substantive changes in some of those, but this is notice, hopefully, that you understand why that is. That is actually per state law outside of our department that applies to all agencies. But thank you for the opportunity to explain that.
Well, I think that's needed. I'd like for the public to know that we're just not picking on KARs, that there's a requirement for that, and to clean up, to streamline things, to make it much more understandable. So thank you for your explanation. So now, Dave, I think it'd be the pleasure of the commission if you take these in species. So I guess the black bass changes would be first, sir.
Yes, sir. We'll talk about black bass first, and that definitely dovetails with what Brian mentioned. These black bass changes, we hope, will make it a lot easier for anglers, that they have less to remember, as we're going to standardize our slot limit to 12 to 15 inches, and we're going to standardize a lot of daily creel limits that were that were less than the statewide, but it standardized it to the statewide creel. So I have a chart for the proposed black bass regulation changes. And so the table has categories of the size and slot limit. And the bold headings for each of the columns is the proposed new regulation for that particular species or species combination. Then the sub-columns have fisheries district, water body, and the current regulation on that water body. So reading from left to right, the first column shaded in pink, there are 5 lakes and several ponds at Kentucky River WMA, where we propose to remove special regulations on largemouth and smallmouth bass and go to statewide regulations. And these ones are Paintsville, Marion County Lake, Fagan Branch Lake, and Shanty Hollow Lake, as well as those Kentucky River WMA ponds. And I can go in as much detail as you gentlemen prefer, but I think I'll try to be brief and then let you all query me on individuals if that's what is needed.
I think that's the way to go, Dave. Just go on to the next.
Okay.
You explain those as we go, and then we'll come back and let them hit the questions because they.
In both the green shaded and blue shaded columns, we propose water bodies that will go to a slot limit from the statewide size limit, or the location may already have a special regulation, but this will standardize the slot to 12 to 15 inches. And when I say a slot of 12 to 15 inches, that means that the fish between those upper and lower length groups must be released. And then anglers could harvest fish below the slot and above the slot. And these slot regulations are really designed for places where we actually have so much recruitment that it actually slows down growth. And so the slot limits, we're actually encouraging anglers to keep a few more bass below that slot limit, and that will help out the entire population. And the only difference between the two, the green shaded column and the blue shaded column, is in the green shaded column, that's for largemouth bass only under that regulation. The smallmouth would be statewide, or there's probably no smallmouth there in most cases. And in the blue shaded column, the regulation, the slot regulation, is for both largemouth and smallmouth bass. And as you'll notice, in these cases, in all cases on this table, the daily limit is going to be 6 black bass, which is the statewide. I think I'll move on from there to the tan and the orange column. And those are simply a change in the daily creel limit to 6 fish. So these lakes are already regulated with a 15-inch minimum size limit and with some unusual or unnecessary creel restriction. And so this will be standardizing to 6 fish as the daily creel limit. And then the last category we have down there is for smallmouth bass. That's the brownish column down below. And this is a proposal to hopefully enhance the smallmouth bass populations in some of our popular rivers by protecting more fish with a 15-inch minimum size limit. This is something that some anglers have been asking for in a number of different areas across the state to hopefully produce a better quality smallmouth bass fishery. And so we felt it would be a little bit too restrictive to do this all the way across the state. But we did want to pick some of our better rivers that modeling shows that this might enhance those fisheries. And so these rivers are the Barron River, the Upper Cumberland River, and the Upper Kentucky River. These same river systems also have special regulations for native walleye. And so this 15-inch minimum length limit a daily creel limit of 6 black bass would, boundaries would model the same as what we have for those native walleye regulations. And I can mention those if that is helpful.
Kenny, not.
Question on the small bodies. Do you believe that these smallmouth can, in these small streams and stuff, can grow in any adequate numbers to the 15-inch limit, so anybody would ever have very much opportunity at a limit of smallmouth that are 15 inches or above? I mean,
Yes, sir, Commissioner
fish are-
Dodd. Our streams investigation program coordinator has done modeling of these streams with a 20-inch minimum size limit, a slot limit, 15-inch limit versus the 12-inch minimum statewide. And modeling has shown that there could be some modest improvement in our sizes of 15-inch and above smallmouth with these 15-inch minimum regulations.
Okay. I was more concerned about kids fishing and wading these small streams and the things that they could take and keep and
That certainly is a concern, and that's why we didn't, we had considered 15-inch minimum on smallmouth statewide, but we did feel like we wanted to not go statewide and try that out on some of our better streams to see what they produce. These certainly do have the capability of producing fish in excess of 15 inches, and some of these have historically produced fish, especially like the Barren River, in excess of 20 inches.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I didn't want to limit, certain anglers, beginning anglers and stuff like that for the benefit of maybe some fishing group or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And harm the general public in doing so. But at the same time, most people practice catch and release on those type of fish anyway, I think, by a whole lot. So maybe it will be okay.
Dave, just as a question administratively and research wise, on all these different ponds, lakes, creeks, streams, do you all kind of survey the fisheries biologist in that area for these, or is this more of a shotgun therapy? In other words, do you just say, let's just take all of them that are this size or that size and do that? Or do you all consult with each of these each of these fisheries biologists at New Haven, Optimus Lake, the fisheries biologist that kind of oversees that? So you all get information from them direct, not let's just go ahead and include New Haven, Optimus Lake in there too. You know what I'm asking here?
Yes, sir. Most definitely. I really appreciate the question. As a matter of fact, because I neglected to tell you all that we have like species teams within our division. And so we have a black bass management team that's made up of our biologists. And so these regulations came out of that black bass management team. And so these recommendations, once they were formed by that team, all the districts that cover, all 7 districts had an opportunity to comment. And so basically, yes, sir, every district is on board with these changes, and they came out of our biologists.
Brian Fisher?
And they're also using their krill studies too to make these recommendations as well. I'll just say just 2 points on this, just from the lakes and streams in my area, like Bear and Shanty. I know I've talked to Eric about those things, and I think those are really positive changes that are going to have a good impact on the fisheries just based on my experience. And I know he talks to the anglers. So I think from what I'm seeing that I know, it is really good. And I think the other positive is getting some normalcy to some of those, like Nolan, Barron, we're getting rid of the one fish. I really like that. Just consistency. I know all law enforcement officers, it will help them substantially, knowing really quickly without having to try to memorize a bunch of information.
Thank you, Brian. Any other questions about bass at this point?
Well, I have one more.
Go ahead.
I have the opposite comment of Brian there. The one fish under has been in place for a long time and is standard amongst the communities on No Lynn, Barron, and Rough. So I didn't get any information concerning this prior to this, and I haven't had time to fully vet that one with groups of fishermen good enough as to doing away with that one fish slot. Now, if you're fishing tournaments or whatever, and like Brian knows, if you have to have a slot in your back, you're probably not going to do very well anyway. So I don't think it's going to inherently be much opposition to it, but I don't have much feedback from a few groups on that just yet to be ready to just say, well, yeah, that's a great thing. I think it's going to be okay, but we need a little bit of time to hear that one through, because that's been a standard practice on those lakes for a long time.
So
And biologically, is there any reason to do it biologically other than just to clean things up?
No, there's no reason to do it biologically. It's just not needed biologically. And it just makes it, again, in an effort of standardization. These regulations will basically, it eliminates 15, currently that would be outside the norm. By doing these changes, it would eliminate those.
Okay.
Thank you, Dave. Dave, before we move on to trout, I'd like to declare this 30-minute recess to be able to go up to Slato and meet the new law enforcement class. And we'd like to resume at 10:30 for the public. We had to schedule it this way, Mr. and Mrs. Sportsman, because they've got classes to conduct and they wanted us to see this new class of 11 officers. So if it be the pleasure of the commission, I'd like to declare a 30-minute recess between 10 and 10:30. We'll resume at 10:30 here in the meeting room. Thank you.
Serving people. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. We are conservation officers, wildlife and fisheries biologists, conservation educators, engineering, IT, communication specialists, marketers, administrators, and customer service representatives. It's our mission to conserve, protect, and enhance Kentucky's fish and wildlife resources while providing outstanding opportunities for you to enjoy hunting, fishing, trapping, boating, shooting sports, wildlife viewing, and related activities. At Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, we protect the resource and public safety by enforcing hunting, fishing, and boating laws across Kentucky, provide public hunting and fishing access through the management of more than 1 million acres of natural areas and waterways, provide quality fishing opportunities for anglers close to home by annually stocking more than 5 million fish in public waters, build and maintain public boat ramps, shooting ranges, bank fishing access areas, and other public facilities, restore streams and wetlands on private and public lands using special grants, assist private landowners with fish and wildlife habitat improvement, inform and educate millions of youth and adults through education and outreach programs. Not only are we responsible for the conservation of the few dozen species in Kentucky that are hunted, fished, or trapped, we are responsible for all of our state's incredibly diverse animal species, nearly 1,000 of them. All of this is accomplished with funding through user fees and grants, instead of state taxes. The majority of the department's revenue comes from the sale of licenses and permits, federal funds, excise taxes on outdoor-related equipment, and boat registrations. Hunting, fishing, and other wildlife-related recreation generate nearly $6 billion in total economic impact to the Commonwealth, supporting about 70,000 jobs. All of us at Kentucky Fish and Wildlife seek to be good stewards of the great outdoors, leaving it in better shape than we found it. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife resources. That's what we do.
How many different types of wildlife can you name? Did you know that Kentucky is home to nearly 1,000 species of wildlife?
As Kentucky's population grows and the landscape changes, all of our wildlife face new challenges.
Many species that were once safe are now vulnerable.
The Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife has a team of scientists dedicated to the monitoring and study of animals that are not hunted, fished, or trapped.
Bats, lizards,
Snakes,
salamanders,
mussels, raptors,
songbirds,
and darters.
Current funding isn't keeping pace, and there's still a lot of work left to do.
We need to expand the community of people just like you,
who are conscious and committed to conserving Kentucky's wildlife.
We work every day to improve Kentucky's landscape so that these species can thrive.
And now there's a way for you to jump in and help.
Be our partner in this work by becoming a member of our new and exciting Kentucky Wild program.
Your involvement in Kentucky Wild will help ensure that future generations of Kentuckians can enjoy our state's wildlife.
Together we can purchase research equipment, improve the quality of habitat,
and fund survey and monitoring projects for our state's most vulnerable species.
Fortunately, we know that good wildlife management works. The recovery of the bald eagle is just one example of how people can help wildlife.
When you become a member of Kentucky Wild, we'll work side by side and do our part to keep Kentucky wild.
Help me 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 keep Kentucky wild.
help us keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild. Got one. Get him in there, Annie. Get her, Sadie.
Get in there, Sadie.
Jeez.
There's turkeys all around him.
Double point, they're in there.
There they go.
Can't think anything I'd rather do, so.
Do you know there's a group of people representing you, the sportsmen and sportswomen of the Commonwealth, when it comes to decision making at the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife? I'm Dr. Carl Kleinert, Chairman of the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'm one of 9 district commissioners whose job it is to oversee the Department of Fish and Wildlife and advise the commissioner on actions to take that are beneficial to the department and in the best interest of wildlife and conservation of natural resources. Kentucky is home to me, and I grew up hunting and fishing in the Commonwealth. It's my duty, along with 8 other commission members, to be your voice in conservation when it comes to enjoying the outdoors in this state. Every decision made on your behalf is well researched, thought out, and discussed before ever coming to a vote. That's our job, and we don't take it lightly. All we ask is that you, the sportsmen and sportswomen of Kentucky, participate in the process. When a district commissioner vacancy arises, we need you to nominate someone for the position. You can come to our meetings, you can reach out to us via email or telephone. Just go online at fw.ky.gov and search Commission to find your representative. As I see it, the job of Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission is to leave our natural resources in better shape than when we first got here, so that every generation after us can enjoy it the same way we have.
If you catch a catfish in Kentucky, there's a good chance it got its start here at the Peter W. Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery in Frankfort. Each year, the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources stocks thousands of catfish in waterways across the state. All of these catfish originate at the Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery, owned by the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources. This hatchery raises and stocks more than 300,000 catfish annually. In addition to catfish, the hatchery produces saugeye, bluegill, red ear sunfish, lake sturgeon, and alligator gar. However, it's catfish that are the Pfeiffer's hatchery's main focus. The process of raising blue catfish, channel catfish, and hybrid of the two begins in late May to early June in one of the hatchery's many ponds when a catfish pair is placed together in a submerged pen for spawning. The eggs produced by the pair are collected by the hatchery staff, careful to avoid the wrath of the male catfish trying to protect his eggs. The eggs are then transported to a hatchery trough. The trough water is oxygenated in constant motion to produce a viable environment for the eggs as they grow and hatch. The fries start to hatch after a few days and begin to look for food. It's at this time that staff start scheduled feedings for the fry, training them how to find food. A hatching rate of 90% and regular feedings mean that the fry are plentiful and grow quickly. Within 3 weeks of the eggs being collected, the fry are ready to enter one of the hatchery's ponds, a pond that will house these fry and nothing else, giving them the best chance at survival. This happens around mid-June. As many as 70,000 can go into one pond. In the early stages, fry are fed twice a day, then just once a day as they grow and become larger. With no competition for food and few predators, around 70% will grow to 5 to 9 inches by March of the next year. After a few months, hatchery staff sort the catfish into different sizes in different ponds to encourage their continued growth. After about 2 years, the fish are ready for distribution. Hatchery staff use large seines, tractors, hydraulic lifts, and elbow grease to gather the fish and transport them to awaiting trucks. The trucks bring the fish back to the same building where they hatched 2 years earlier, but this time for weighing and sorting. Once weighed, the fish are transported to state waterways. The hatchery transports fish to more than 90 locations across Kentucky throughout the year. Many of the catfish are taken to the Fishing in Neighborhoods Lakes, or FINS lakes, which are found in communities across the state. The department created the FINS program in 2006 to provide anglers with quality fishing opportunities close to home. These lakes are regularly stocked with catfish in the warmer months and rainbow trout in the cooler months. Sunfish and bass are also stocked as needed to maintain healthy populations. For more information on the FINS lakes or to find the stocking schedule, visit fw.ky.gov and search for FINS. The Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery plays an important role in providing great fishing opportunities across the state. So grab your rod and reel and take advantage of them.
So we're at the Taylorsville Lake Wildlife Management Area. This is called the Briar Ridge unit of Taylorsville Lake. It's a 1,800 acre section of the management area. Today we're going to be putting fire to 580 acres of that area. We use drip torches that have a mixture of diesel and gasoline. On the end has a wick, so they light the wick with the match, and it drips lit fuel onto the ground. It has a little loop nozzle on the end. However you set your drip setting, there's an air vent on the drip torch. Fire it serves multiple purposes. It encourages growth of the warm season grasses in our fields, and it also will help us fight invasive species. We have 6 crews total. There are 4 igniter crews that are putting fire on the ground. We have a support crew, and we have a forestry crew that is suppression fire along our fire breaks. And then we also have a crew that is on the water that will be igniting the woods from the boat.
We're here today at Taylorsville Lake shooting flares off the boat to try to help the progression of a prescribed fire we have going on here. The number of flares we're going to shoot off today will probably range somewhere between 50 to 100 depending on the spread of the fire as we go and how much of the fire backs down.
A lot of these animals will run for cover and they'll hide. Deer and rabbits and turkey and quail and squirrels will all be able to run away, and they'll get out ahead of the fire. And it's real common whenever we're burning on even private lands or public lands, you'll start seeing those animals start moving out in advance of the fire before the fire even gets to them.
It's pretty hilly terrain, and it could be potentially dangerous to send a crew up and down a hill. Once a crew gets an area burned, they will backfire down towards the lake, and the crew from the water, they will set the flares. They will reach from the shoreline. They'll put fire up to the flares to match them together. We have some students from EKU. The students, they all have their training in fighting fire and prescribed burns, and most of them it's their first time out, so they're more going to be shadowed and mentored on the burn.
My name is Renee Steinberger. Yeah, my major is wildlife management with a minor in biology. I'm out here today because I'm Red Card certified and I love putting fire on the ground.
The purpose of this fire is to increase oak hickory regeneration and open up some of the woodlands for more small game habitat. You will be increasing forest floor cover for smaller creatures like squirrels. In the woodlands and in the open areas within the woodlands, you'll be increasing early successional habitat for things like rabbits and turkey poults. Really, all the animals will benefit from this. You'll be increasing woody browse for things like deer. A lot of the animals here in the eastern U.S. have evolved on a fire landscape, and they've come to exist, in some cases rely on management activities. And prescribed fire is one of the methods that allows us to manage the largest chunks of property at one time.
Well, this is beneficial. It restores the environment back to an oak hickory setting that we're looking for. We're looking for a productive forest, nice healthy grass fields, and it helps game and non-game wildlife both.
Hello, I'm Christy Stroud, a member of Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources Stream Team. If your property has wetlands or streams in need of repair, the Stream Team may be able to help. Stream improvement is expensive, but the Stream Team can fix streams and restore wetlands at no cost to landowners. Costs are paid by the Mitigation Fund, a state trust with the sole purpose of helping restore these important streams and wetlands. These funds are dedicated to fixing problems like unstable creek banks, such as this one, where soil is eroding into the stream. Erosion of soils leads to fish and wildlife habitat loss, smothers aquatic life, and is harmful to downstream fisheries. So what makes a healthy stream? Healthy streams do not look like straight ditches. They have pools, clean riffles, and a healthy combination of rock and woody debris. Trees reinforce stream banks the same way rebar reinforces concrete. Trees on stream banks reduce erosion, filter toxins, and improve aquatic habitat by providing shade, important structures such as root wads that give fish and insect shelter. Do you have a stream on your property in need of improvement or a formerly wet area that's been drained or altered significantly? We use state-of-the-art engineering and construction techniques to restore streams and wetlands. Like utilities, these projects require right-of-way. Approved projects can pay landowners for easements or even fair market value for the property. So reimbursement may be an attractive benefit whether you own farmland, hunting property, or recreational lands. You can learn more about the Stream Team on the department's website at fw.ky.gov. Once there, enter Stream Team in the search box or give us a call at 1-800-858-1549 or email us at streamteam@ky.gov if you have any questions.
I want to welcome everybody back to our June 4th full commission meeting today. We had an opportunity between 10 o'clock and 10:30 this morning to meet the 10 recruits that will be beginning the law enforcement class today. For the public's knowledge, about 3 years ago, we had just under 90 sworn officers, I think 88, but just under 90 sworn officers. 3 years ago, if all 10 members of the recruit class that we met today graduate, that will bring us up to just over 130 sworn officers. That's been one of the objectives of Commissioner Storm, was to get our law enforcement numbers up where we could have officers in all counties and do everything we could do to enhance watching after our resources. And Colonel Gibson is to be commended. He's starting his class today with these 10 new recruits, and we got an opportunity to meet them. So welcome back. I'm going to turn the meeting back over to Dave Dreves. He's going to discuss with us Trout. That should be, for the public watching, that should be page 34 of our agenda today. So Dave, if you want to pick up with Trout there, sir. Can't hear you, Dave.
Got to always remember, hit that mute button.
There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One clarifying remark about bass before we move on to trout. In case I answered the question and misunderstood the question, I did want to say that the black bass regulation changes that we're making here with the slot limits and the 15-inch minimum size limit most definitely have a biological reason behind those changes. And so I just wanted to make that clear, that when I was answering a question about no biological reason, would be for those one under regulations. But most definitely that we hope that these will have a biological impact. So moving on to trout. The first one there is we propose to simplify trout regulations by removing special regulations at 2 streams, and also making the catch and release season dates consistent for all of our catch and release streams. So the first item there is remove special regulations on brook trout and Poor Fork of the Cumberland River. This is a very low density population, very questionable whether there's even consistently brook trout there. We've already removed the brook trout catch and release language from our fishing and boating guide, and we just want to we don't want to send people there thinking they're going to catch brook trout and there's nothing there. So this will simplify things by removing this special regulation. And in Paintsville Lake tailwater, we had special regulations there for trout to try to produce quality size trout, and we actually accomplished that at one point in time. However, the release schedule has been changed to try to maintain a little bit more cooler water in the reservoir. And so there's really not an opportunity. There's not habitat now for raising enhanced size trout in the tailwater. So we just propose to remove the special regulations and go to statewide regs in Paintsville Lake tailwater. And then the third item there is Swift Camp Creek. This is a stream that's in the wilderness area in Red River Gorge. And so that was the only reason why at the time we had an accommodation with the Forest Service. They wanted us to provide catch and release for a longer period of time. So that was all the way through May 31st. All the rest of our catch and release streams, the season dates are catch and release from October 1 through March 31st. And so the Forest Service has okayed us to switch that back consistent with all the other streams. So that is the proposed change there, just to make the ending date for the catch and release season at Swift Camp Creek, March 31st. And that's all I have for the trout.
Any question about trout at this point as a new business item? Okay, go on to catfish if you would, Dave.
Okay, we've begun stocking blue catfish in Otter Creek Lake to help control the zebra mussel population that has been established there. So we would like to add special regulations to help protect these fish and to avoid anglers needing to identify the difference between channel catfish and blue catfish. We simply have proposed a combined regulation for both species. This regulation mimics regulations that we already have at Barren River Lake, Dewey Lake, Fish Trap Lake, and Taylorsville Lakes that we stock with blue catfish. And so the regulation would be blue and channel catfish, 15 fish daily creel limit, only one fish longer than 25 inches.
Any questions about the catfish issue? Go ahead to Musky.
All right. Find my Musky. So on Musky, we're proposing to increase the minimum size limit at Cave Run Lake, Dewey Lake, and Green River Lake. We already have a 40-inch minimum size limit at Buckhorn Lake. And we've had these requests from anglers to increase the minimum size limit. We have lakes to the north of us and in surrounding states that have musky size limits at some reservoirs of 45, even 50 inches. And we recently are concluding a study of the 36-inch minimum size limit that we went to on these lakes in 2010. And the gist of that research is we've determined that there was no negative effect of those of that 36-inch regulation. And so in the last 10 years, we've had anglers ask for even higher size limit, and our Musky team is on board with this change as well. And so we're proposing a 40-inch minimum at Cave Run, Dewey, and Green River Lake on Musky.
Lake, Dave, has the highest, the greatest length restriction? Did you
Excuse me, sir?
Did you say a couple of the lakes have 45-inch?
In surrounding states and states to the north. This would be in Kentucky. We currently have Buckhorn at 40 inches minimum length, and then these reservoirs currently, these three are at 36. And those are the highest minimum length limits that we have in Kentucky.
Dave?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Knott.
I think Paul had his hand up for me.
Okay, Paul, go ahead first.
I was going to ask you, Dave, what's the age difference between a 40-inch muskie versus a 36-inch muskie?
I'm going to speculate here because I don't have the age data in front of me, sir. I'm going to think that actually it's really hard to say. I'm probably not going to be able to tell you because one of the things that's different about muskie is there's quite an age disparity in the sexes. So a female muskie grows a lot faster than male muskie. So I would have to get back to you on the data. I don't feel comfortable speculating, sir.
Okay.
Kenny Knott?
Dave, I have a little bit of a problem with the Green River Lake being included in this. And my reason for that is I would say it's 97% a sport fishery for bass and crappie and this, that, and the other. And I have a little bit of an issue with these top predators being larger and more abundant with the fishery there, with the amount of fishing that's done for the other species and the type of lake that it is. Some of these other lakes are different in their makeup and how they function, but and green is, if you know any kept up with anything about bass tournaments, I think it's probably our best bass fishery within the state. It would take the most weight to win a tournament on green than any lake that we have. And so I'm pretty hesitant about that being included. I know everything has to coexist and whatever else, but to make the top predator be even larger and the possibility of working on the crappie and the bass, I have a little bit of an issue with that, and I would take the wisdom. What is the wisdom of the biologist on that?
Well, I could comment and say that as you know, being a top predator, there's relative very few 30 36 inch and above muskie. And, we'd like it to be, put this regulation on and be able to claim to the muskie anglers that this is going to create, many, many more fish, but it probably is not going to, produce that many more muskie. It's certainly going to have an impact, or we wouldn't want to do it. But, as you probably know, muskie eat very few spiny rayed sport fish. Their diet is mostly going to be composed of suckers and shad in our reservoirs. So I would say there would be negligible impact on bass and crappie by increasing this regulation.
Have a nasty scars, and I guess I've always laid that to the muskie. I'm not saying that that's accurate, but I've seen that a lot, and so maybe they're being accused of something they're not guilty of. But anyway, Brian, you're a bass fisherman. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to do a little bit more research on it. See, I'd be curious to know what the impact was and what it was prior on Green River and these other lakes before it went to a 36. What was the minimum size limit?
It was a 30. It was a 30 inch at all three of these lakes before it went to a 36.
Dave, didn't Dewey used to have tiger muskie and it had a 36-inch limit, or was it at 30?
It probably was a 30, but I'm not 100% sure. But yes, I know at some point in the past we did stock tiger muskie in Dewey. I just say 30 because I think it probably would have mimicked muskie rags at the time, and I don't think we had muskie rags that were that large. But I'd have to find out for sure. We certainly can, between now and the next meeting, we can certainly bring to you diet studies showing that muskie have very little impact on spiny rayed fish. And I would go ahead and mention that buckhorn has had a 40 inch. Oh, I didn't look up the dates, but it had a 40 inch prior to 2010. And it moved to a 36 inch to go with these other three when we instituted a 36 inch there. And then at some point about 3 years ago, we went back to a 40 inch at buckhorn. So
I'd also like to see the data Paul asked for on the age. I mean, if it's something negligible, like, a matter of months, that the age class will grow an additional four inches, or if it's several years, I'd like to.
Yeah. Just as a question, Dave, that stripers would be the top predator in Cumberland Lake, would they not?
Yes, sir. They would certainly be one of the top predators.
The bass population there is really pretty healthy, is it not? What's the size limit on striper?
I believe it's 22 inches.
Yeah. Just as a thought, thinking about it. Whether it would have a tremendous impact on the bass population with a 40 inch muskie as opposed to a 36 inch muskie. I think they'd probably eat about the same thing. I don't know. I'm just making a comment.
I'm haven't looked them up, but I'm certain that I could find many studies that show that muskie have a negligible impact on sport fish.
Commissioner Clark, you had a question?
Yeah, Dave, and forgive me if my mind was wandering. I was checking text about things that are going on operationally and missed it. But do we have good creel data on number of people that harvest? That is, they keep their muskie like at larger sizes versus catch and release. I'd imagine the vast majority are catch and release, but.
Yes, sir, Deputy Commissioner Clark. We have that creel data, and we certainly have some creel data from Cave Run that I was looking at and getting from Tom Timmerman here this morning that shows that the catch and release and harvest rate is greatly decreasing. Catch and release is greatly increasing for muskie. So really, a lot of the anglers are releasing the 36 inch and and above anyway to a great majority. And matter of fact, here's my numbers right here. In 2019, Creel only didn't keep a fish below 40 inches voluntarily. So our Creel clerk didn't find anybody they surveyed that had a fish below 40 inches. So they were voluntarily releasing fish below 40 inches anyway in the 2019 Creel at Cave Run. So they're definitely seeing a trend where the harvest rate's decreasing voluntarily.
Doug Morgan, go ahead.
Dave, would you say the percentage of male muskies reach 40 inches?
I would say most male muskies don't reach 40 inches.
That's what I thought. I'm an old muskie fisherman. I always heard that. Also, I would like to say that I've had a good positive response about raising it to 40 inches at Cave Run. Most people that's contacted me are in favor of this, and I have had very, very little negative. Of course, we've got a little ways to go. Once it moves up to the next meeting, we'll hear from some folks, but right now I have nothing but positive feedback from raising it.
Dave, thank you for your sport fishing update. I want to remind the commission here where these are new business items. I don't want to get too long into discussion. We've got time to do that, which is, I guess, kind of a preemptive thought about talking about how we conduct our commission meetings and the format of the meeting. This is a very good example of seeing new business, because this is a lot to digest about sport fishing regulations. And now we're going to be able to give some discussion time and some sportsman's input between now and when we really take it to discussion. So that's a positive for our format to show that we've mentioned it now as new business. We're going to be discussing it, although we've discussed it a little more today than maybe we should have, but we're going to be at next meeting will be in the discussion phase, then on to making decision phase. So thank you, Dave, for your update on sport fishing.
I have one more question, Mr. Chairman. Sorry.
Go ahead, Doug.
Dave, on the 12 to 15 inch slot limit at Cave Run, that will remove the slot limit that's in place now?
So the slot limit at Cave Run is currently 13 to 16 inches. So our proposal in those black bass regulations is to standardize the slot at Cave Run to the 12 to 15 inches. So bass anglers, tournament anglers specifically that have a problem with that that special slot limit, they can at least weigh in the 15 to 16 inch fish, which I'm told there's real good numbers of fish. So it frees up a few more fish, and it still accomplishes our goal of protecting those 12 to 15 inch fish. And we just, any chance we get, we encourage anglers to keep more fish below 12 inches. And that'll help the population.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, we move this on.
Well, I think we're going to kind of automatically do that unless I don't think we need to vote on new business items. Once they get to discussion, we'll vote for discussion items moved on.
Okay.
We did. So
thank you.
We're going to automatically move these unless there's an objection to moving them on. Otter Creek outdoor recreation area, that should be new business item number 2, page 37 of your handout should be Otter Creek. So Dave, are you doing that one too?
Chris Carlin.
Or Chris, you're going to do that one?
Yes,
Otter
sir.
Creek outdoor recreation area.
Yep. Basically, what we're recommending here is that we open the Otter Creek outdoor recreation area to the general public during the spring turkey season. The way the regulation is currently written, the area shall be closed to the general public, except for authorized hunters for the firearms deer quota hunt and the spring turkey season. This regulation was enacted with the original opening of the outdoor recreation area with department ownership. Harvest since 2011 on Otter Creek has averaged less than about 2 birds per season, and staff report typically 5 or fewer hunters on the area any given day. The turkey hunting is usually, in the mornings and in areas away from the developed recreation. So this would open up the opportunity for fishermen and for other users of the area to come and not basically be precluded from taking advantage of the other recreation on the area during that spring turkey season.
Okay, any questions about that? We'll hold off on discussion. Any questions about that little addition that Chris wants to do? Let's then go to NB3. That's pages 38 through 48. That's a pretty lengthy licensing update of antiquated language, and I believe Brian's gonna present that to us and kind of explain why they're looking at this one too, as cleanup, especially with antiquated language. And of course, that'll be a discussion item next time, but go ahead, Brian.
Yes, sir.
with that.
Thank you very much. So gentlemen, I've discussed with some of you all some of the backstory with this. As you know, since Commissioner Storm began, he has tasked us with enhancing our delivery to the public, our services, both the ease at which people have access to services and information, but then also our delivery of those and cost effectiveness of those. And so one aspect of this modernization and customer service enhancement is looking at how can we best deliver our licenses? How can we best deliver applications for permits and a variety of other services? And so we are looking at, and we're actually a little behind the eight ball compared to many states in terms of how we deliver licenses. I will say, to credit our IT staff, historically, we've had top-notch internet or information technology staff on board with the department. And from the first delivery of our Kentucky direct sales system, going back 20 plus years until a more recent delivery of that online, I think like 15 years ago or so, where we have transitioned to more of our licenses and permits and applications being online, to now at a third generation of looking at how can we better deliver these services given the constraints that we have as a state government agency, the market opportunities we have by partnering with or contracting with a vendor that might have a lot more flexibility, be a lot more responsive, provide us with 24-hour customer service where we don't have capacity to do that today. And so our IT staff, I want to credit them for helping us from the inception of our digital licensing system going back in the day, working with point of sale vendors, which we still have and we appreciate, to introducing internet sales and to now looking at the next step for us. Many states have partnered with an industry provider that is someone who would deliver license sales as well as other services. As I mentioned, applications, commercial and non-traditional or non-recreational permits, an app, a variety of other services. And the first phase of our exploring this was a request for information process, an RFI, which again, our IT staff led us through. They worked with Commissioner's office staff, the directors, teams across divisions, commission members, to build a request for information, to reach out to industry prospects, people who might be able to deliver one or more of the services we're looking to modernize to enhance customer service delivery for. And that has been completed. And the information gleaned from that was very helpful for the next phase, which is an RFP process, which we are currently working on, again, from our IT staff, working together with the Commissioner's office, working with directors, working with teams from across divisions to make sure that the products we need now and into the future are accommodated in that RFP process. So when we put that out on the street, so to speak, we put it out for bidding, that we obtain the best vendor who can deliver for us, that's cost effective for us and the customer, and will deliver the best possible customer service. So all that is sort of a backstory. One of the steps that needs to be done in this process is updating some antiquated language in our regulations that pertain to our licensing system or delivery, or even the description of some of the processes. One question that came up from one of the members, prudently, he saw an acronym in one of the regulations, or in reference to one of the regulations, that pertain to the way in which the Social Security Administration collected information from the states. It's now a different system. And so that's just one example. We reference processes that are now out of date. And then when we also go and loop in a prospective vendor, an external partner that works for us on contract and delivers services to the public for the department, and ultimately, again, for the sports people, our customers and supporters, that we make sure that the regulations accommodate this delivery. We're not ourselves in violation of any regulation in this process, and that they have the capacity to do what they need to do for us and for the customer. So just without going into too much detail, the regulations that we are seeking to amend at this time, and I will share the caveat with the members that it is possible that our legal team, our IT team, or some of these teams that are working together may identify another piece or two that need to be adapted. And hopefully we'll have that finalized. Any potential changes that need to be made, we'll share with you all well in advance of the next meeting and get that in the agenda for the discussion at the next meeting. But this is the bulk of the changes that we anticipate at this time, which relate to several regulations, again, from definitions relating to licensing and permit, updating vendor language. Again, historically, we've had most of our work done in-house, except for point of sale vendors, the retailers, such as the mom and pop bait shop or sporting goods store or department stores like Walmart or Bass Pro or other places that sell our licenses and permits. So a lot of this, again, is dealing with antiquated language. It's enabling us to work with a third-party vendor for delivery rather than simply sales. I will say some of the things that we're accommodating here are things that customers have requested for years. And again, that other states are already or have been for a decade or more accommodating things like auto renew, so that, you know, we don't have to remind people, you know, at the end of a license year, they can sign up to auto renew and you know, their information is kept on file so that we can do that. We currently don't have capacity to do that in-house. Things like delivering an app that's across a department app that would not only sell licenses, but deliver on applications for processes such as quota hunts, and but also provide information, whether they're guides or information about opportunities in Kentucky. Things like a hard license card, a durable card that a hunter or angler could keep on their person across years. It's actually a very popular thing in many states, and we've been asked by thousands of customers over the years for that. We don't have capacity to deliver that. There are a lot of other things like these. Again, thankfully, we've had a very able IT staff who have been able to build and deliver many of these services. But honestly, over time, we have had to reduce the number of staff we have, just like in all of our divisions, to be able to make ends meet, to keep within budget. And so we have a smaller IT staff, and, you know, into the future, we have some senior IT staff members who are going to be retiring. Looking out in the future and being responsive, being responsible as leaders and planners, we want to be able to deliver these services into the future, even if we have turnover. And so this license delivery alternative, partnering with an outside vendor who specializes in this, and there are several in the country, that would help us to be responsive and responsible looking into the future, in addition to delivering better customer service and things that have been demanded on the part of customers for many years. I will say there are some things, and commission members have asked me about this as well, in terms of best industry practices that we have not done as an agency that this would allow us to do. One of those is historically, when we sell a license or a permit, we absorb the cost of paying point of sale vendors for those. We also absorb the cost if a purchase is online. We have absorbed the cost of the credit card fees. We also have absorbed all the costs for development. So all the IT developments that we've put in place, all these things collectively have costed us millions of dollars over the years. And so this new license delivery system offers us the opportunity to be more cost effective for the sports people. There's an incentive on the part of what we might call a third-party vendor, a license delivery vendor, who would be partnering with the state on contract to make our sales cost-effective and marketable. And so things like improving customer service, improving marketing, improving volume of sales, being customer relationship driven, things that, again, we just don't have capacity to do as an agency currently, and would take us such a tremendous amount of effort to do, even if we wanted to. we can do very, very efficiently with a third-party vendor. And so again, working forward to modernize, to improve our customer service, to improve the experience of the end user. That's what's behind all these changes. Many of you all have been encouraging. We had a public relations working group that convened a few years ago, and one of their final recommendations before being dismissed with thanks was to pursue a third-party vendor after looking at a number of other states who are doing it very successfully. So I would just share this information for you, FYI, and also encourage any stakeholder that has any concerns or questions, feel free to reach out to us like any other proposed business. We have this multi-step process here in place with the commission meetings. Before any regulations are passed, at least 6 months typically go by before any regulations are acted on after they've been introduced as new business. They come through 3 meetings typically, so you have plenty of opportunity to ask us questions. There's no hidden agenda. We could give you examples of other states that have done this and how they work. Many of our customers, many of our commission members and staff every year or sporadically buy licenses from other states who have that type of license delivery system. And I can assure you it works very well. And sales and volume revenues in those states have been enhanced significantly. So that's what we're trying to do on behalf of the resource and the sports people.
Thank you, Mr. Clark, for updating us on modernizing our licensing system. I would encourage all the members of the commission as well as the public to read in the agenda, page 38 through 48 for the those things highlighted in blue and underlined for changes that might occur with the licensing system to try to get it modernized. That way, when it does become a discussion item next time, we'll be able to move through it a little bit better because there's a lot of information to digest there. So I would also encourage, as you have done, the stakeholders to look at those to see some of the modernization ideas that you all have in mind. So that will be quite helpful. Are there any questions you want to ask Deputy Commissioner Clark at this time, or can we move on to the next item? I think we'll move on then. Here on page 3 of our agenda, it's got 4 informational items. Actually, the 4th one there is not an informational item. It is new business. It's attachment NB4, which is page 49 on bass tournament exemption update. It's really not an informational item. It is an NB. It's new business. It's kind of misprinted as informational. So I want to skip down to it first before we take these informational updates and the status updates of commission meeting format. So let's take bass tournament exemption update. That's NB4, page 49. Dave, are you with us?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Go right ahead, sir.
So in 2017, after receiving several requests for bass tournament organizers that fish at Cave Run and Lake Cumberland, the Fisheries Division proposed to the commission to evaluate exempting bass tournaments from these length limits. These exemptions were to allow participants in a bass tournament to bring fish normally protected by special fishing regulations, there being length or slot limits different from the statewide regulations, to the tournament weigh-in with the intention of releasing the fish after the weigh-in. Before any long-term policy decision was to be made, the commission authorized a 3-year test of these bass exemptions on size restrictions for largemouth and smallmouth bass caught in tournaments on those 2 lakes to gauge the impacts to the fisheries as well as field public feedback. So the normal special regulations for bass at these lakes is Cave Run, there currently is a 13 to 16 inch slot limit, and smallmouth has an 18-inch minimum size limit. And Lake Cumberland has a 15-inch minimum size limit and an 18-inch minimum size limit for smallmouth. And so there's a number of requirements for these during this 3-year test. And they're outlined in your handout with those bullets. I don't think I'll go through all of those requirements, but suffice to say that they are required to properly care for the fish and follow good handling practices. And the part that the Fisheries Division was involved in evaluating was we we had biologists present at the weigh-in, and we also checked the weigh-in site post-tournament to look for bass mortality. Now, admittedly, that wasn't a rigorous study for mortality. It was more observations. And so we didn't find any mortality in our study that were significant. However, I did want to mention that there are several states that have done mortality studies that were more rigorously designed, one being Texas Parks and Wildlife. And while they found initial mortality was low, they found delayed mortality for weigh-in fish was substantial, 38%. And also for catch and cold fish was even 20% delayed mortality. So KDFWR has received multiple complaints from anglers during the test period, contending that we should not make special exceptions for tournaments. So there's other opportunities now that have become popular. The catch, weigh, and release, immediate release formats for tournaments. A lot of the kayak tournaments use length-based photo documentation. So there are other options for tournament anglers. Some have argued that that we shouldn't give a special treatment to those tournament anglers, and we certainly want to be sensitive to those arguments as well. You should also know that we have exempted some high school tournaments, and while we think that that we've been able to do this for basically I think the tournaments that were in the championships or into the regionals. We didn't exempt all high school tournaments, just a couple of them. And so I would want to make a mention that we haven't received any requests for a tournament exemption this spring whatsoever. So it's not a real common occurrence, but we do expect that we would be continue to be asked on occasion for exemptions in the future. And we do think that, we probably wanted to bring this back to the commission, since we said it would be a 3-year test, and present it to you gentlemen for basically for a policy or position on exemptions moving forward. This does not require any regulation change, as there is currently language that the commissioner can waive those regulations at his discretion. I guess the last thing I would mention is that there is several states have done angler survey data. We have not done any in Kentucky, but their angler surveys in both Texas and Kansas has showed that non-tournament anglers were opposed to exemptions. And lastly, I would mention that I polled some states surrounding us and to the southeast, and of 15 states that responded, only 3 of those states have exemption of at some point. So 12 do not. West Virginia has an 18-inch minimum size limit on one lake, and they have an exemption, tournament exemption at that lake for bass. Illinois has a tournament exemption just for high schools and on Lake Michigan. And Florida has a bass tournament exemptions because they instituted a statewide regulation where you can only keep one bass over 16 inches. So that pretty much would eliminate tournament fishing from Florida if they didn't have that exemption.
So Dave, are you going to include that information you just told us, statistical information on your discussion items next time?
Yes, sir.
those statistics. That may help in decision-making, some of those other state statistics. Although Kentucky's, of course, separate from those, but it might be beneficial to the commission members to have some of the polling that you did there. That would be very helpful. Mr.
We
Morgan?
certainly can do that.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Morgan?
Dave, it says bass tournament exemptions. Are there exemptions for any other species like muskie?
We have not given any bass or any muskie tournament exemptions. I'm not sure if we've been requested, but we certainly have not given any exemptions.
Okay, so if I understand it correctly, if the legal limit to keep a muskie and you have a tournament, you could not weigh one in less than that legal limit, the way it is now.
That's correct. That's correct.
Thank you, Dave.
Without special permission from the commissioner.
Thank you, Dave.
Now, Dave, would that also, Chairman Kleiner? Sure. So there are many tournaments are adopting like a catch, weigh, release type approach. That would not affect them, right? In other words, they still could weigh at the boat and then put it back in the water there.
That is correct.
Okay.
Dave, Kenny Knott and I were talking about this earlier today. Do you all foresee, when you survey some of these other states, that eventually these tournaments go into just that, like they have on TV? They've got the judge there, they catch them, they weigh them right there, put them right back in the water, both for mortality and for being able to extend maybe the size limit in tournaments. Do you foresee that coming in the near future for every major tournament?
It's hard to say. BASS is the one that still is doing weigh-ins and traditional weigh-ins, and they experimented. I think they held a tournament in Texas where they did the catch, weigh, and immediate release. That Toyota Texas Bass Classic is one of the ones that they do with that format. But there are other tournaments they're doing at the highest level right now are still traditional weigh-ins. So hard to say what direction they're going to go.
Thank you. Anybody else have a question? Kenny Knott.
I have several comments concerning this, and as a general statement, allowing one group to do something over another group is not a good practice. However, we have created some specific instances with our regs that are actually not allowing tournament anglers to take any advantage of fish that their normal anglers are. And so with that, there's always a hidden harm, and you never can get it all exactly right. But to completely do away with this, I don't think is wise. For it to mostly be done away with, I think is the proper move, but it's not a one shot fits all here. And I will explain to you. If I believe I'm going to tell you right, the smallmouth bass limit on Dale Hollow Lake has a slot creating a trophy fishery down there of 16 to 21 inches. Would you believe that to be correct?
Yes, sir. I think that's correct.
Okay, well, let's use that as a scenario. The bass tournaments that run out of that lake, and if you are a bass, and you can have one under and one over, I believe is the reg. So if you fish a bass tournament on Dale Hollow Lake, you cannot target smallmouth, because you're only allowed one under and one over, and your odds of catching one over 5 pounds that'll make the 21 inch are low. So you end up, if you fish Dale Hollow Lake, if they choose it, you overfish or you fish for green fish only. If you incidentally catch a smaller smallmouth, that's okay. If you happen to get lucky and catch the big smallmouth, that's a really good thing, but you cannot fish for it. So therefore, that stops tournament anglers from using that. So it's not a perfect scenario where if you took on that particular lake and you had an exemption for tournaments, that they could bring in those smallmouth, not trailer their boat, take them to the weigh-in, weigh them, put them right back, would tourism wise and having that lake chosen as a destination greatly increase the tourism and all of that area. Now you will hear comments from the local anglers, and why would you do that? Because they can go out and catch 10 or 12 4-pound smallmouth and throw them back, and it's a constant thing for them. And so they don't want anybody messing with that, and I understand that. But this is just a unique scenario. It's not prevalent everywhere. Where the lake has got a 16-inch whatever, trying to take it back to, I don't think there's a lot of benefit to that. But it's not a perfect scenario to just completely do away with it. But I think it can still be used as a tool for tourism, as well as bringing people to these areas to fish done correctly. It's going to take some tweaking and some knowledge from some people that have got their hand on the ball there pretty good. But to just do away with it, I'm not completely for, but for it to mostly be done away with, I think is fair.
Thank you, Kenny. Any other questions that you have for Mr. Dreves concerning bass tournament exemptions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead. So
I got a phone call from a gentleman named Andy Allen that's a guide down on Barkley Lake and Kentucky Lake. And he mainly guides, I think, for largemouth bass. And his opinion was that there shouldn't be an exemption. He said everybody needs to be treated the same, and they need to grow up knowing what the rules are and follow the rules. He said that he thinks that particularly with young people, high school teams or whatever, maybe when it started out, people were a little bit less savvy, but a lot of these high school anglers now are as savvy as professional anglers. And there's also a way, according to him, that you can use your cell phone to somehow get a length, weight, or whatever. You could, a bass wouldn't have to be out of the water any length of time whatsoever. So you can get an idea of how big your fish is immediately and whether it would meet whatever the limit would be. So he said both he and the rest of the guides that he speaks with down there are not in favor of exemptions of that sort. So.
Mr. Knott?
Mr. Chairman, I would agree mostly with what he said. And the parts that I would like to add to that are, in 4 or 5 years, I believe this device right here will make this a moot point. In other words, they're going to come with the technology and whatever that you can all readily have that in your boat and do it. The thing we are at now is you're fishing, a lot of tournaments are team tournaments where you're fishing with your buddy, not with an observer or something like that. So it's a trust factor and how they overcome that. These big tournaments that are doing this that everybody's talking about have hundreds sets of iPads that they can put out there. And those people riding in those boats are paying those tournament organizations $100, $200, $300 a day, paying to the organization to ride in that boat with that professional and weigh his fish. So there's a lot of things that we haven't gotten there with yet, but it's coming. And this exemption will cease to need to be very soon. But we are not there yet. And I'm just saying to completely do away with it today, I think it has a purpose in some certain instances where we've created a trophy fishery that it being used could benefit. But for the most part, doing away with it is mostly okay because you don't want to favor one group over the other. I get it, but there's times when you're actually doing the opposite. But moving forward, it's going to take care of itself because of technology.
Okay. So, Mr. Dreves, do you have anything else to add to that on bass tournament exemptions? Well, of course, we're going to move that on to a discussion item next time, so we're going to hear that again. But I might encourage you to include in those discussion items some of those statistical findings from surveying other states too. That might be real beneficial.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
So Dave, we listed this as an informational item mainly because the let's say more widespread use of the exemptions was allowed in this sort of pilot test. What we're proposing here, or Fisheries is proposing, is scaling that back and making it more the exception than the allowance. And so we're not at, I don't believe we're requesting a regulation change or anything formal here other than basically resuming what we historically have done. And there is still capacity for the commissioner, as you mentioned in the proposal or the update, to allow exemptions when he deems it necessary or beneficial. And so I believe we don't have a change to advance. Is
Okay,
that right,
well,
Dave?
just for the public's knowledge, because they're going to be a little confused here. Here we have it listed on page 3 as an informational item with an attachment, new business forward.
Okay.
On page 49, it says at the top, new business item.
Yes.
So I don't want the public to be confused that this
Good call.
is informational or it needs to go on for a discussion item later. We could discuss it and then not have any request for action item. But I just don't want the public to be confused with, on page 49, it says new business item. On the page 3, it says informational item, but with a
Thank
new
you.
business attachment.
That's a good call. And if I may, since we've adopted the new meeting format beginning in January 2020, we have placed the informational items in the new business section in terms of best fit. But you're right, it's not something we would advance on as a discussion item and then an action item.
Okay,
So it's a good clarification.
Thing I need, Deputy Chairman, if you would read the very last line of this on page 50. What does that say? No, right before it. KDFWR recommends curtailing the exemptions.
Yes, as a general practice. In other words, we have done it upon request for the last 3 years. And that was the request of fisheries with input from tournament folks to say, hey, could we have a more liberal exemption opportunity? That nothing will change in terms of my understanding, and Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of the commissioner still having the capacity to do that. It would be more, like you mentioned, it would be more the exception than the rule. In other words, we wouldn't be doing it on it for every tournament request that came along.
Okay, when I read that right there, it means that we're going to stop it. That's that's the way I read that line.
Okay.
And so that's, I just want to point that out to you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Dreves. I believe that is now maybe cleared up on page 49. Only other new business item, Doug Morgan has asked that he bring up a new business item, so maybe it could be discussed next time. So Doug, I'll turn it over to you for a new business item.
Okay, well, actually, I asked this to be on here as an informational item. I don't anticipate it and move on. I'm just going to give you a small report as chairman of the WMA committee. And I'm speaking for that committee only. I didn't mean that committees. I meant working group. I'm sorry. I'm used to saying committees. Apologize. The other chairman of the other working groups, I'm sure may or may not agree with what I'm going to say. But first, as a caveat to this thing, I'll keep this brief. I sat in these seats out here many years before I was a commissioner up here. So I was familiar with the way that things were done here. And when I was out in those seats, you never, ever seen an agenda published on the internet. When you come to the meeting, if you were lucky and got here early, you got an abbreviated portion of the agenda with no attachments, nothing, just to kind of tell you what was going to happen that day if you were here in time to pick one up. And our new commissioner has been committed to transparency and participation by the sportsmen and tried to include everybody. And the commission has wholeheartedly endorsed that. Now, our working group was formed with that intent. It was to have sportsmen more included, be more transparent, and for the first time in my knowledge in the last 12 years, to include sportsmen and women actually in the group with the commissioner to look these things over. A very noble idea. And I will admit I was a little skeptical at first, but I thought it could work out. And I believe myself, it can work out and it will do what it was intended to do. But due to the COVID and due to, I'm speaking for me as chairman of the WMA committee, I think we tried to build Rome in a day. I think we need to adjust our scope and our process a little bit. And I think these working committees will work out and they will be good for the sportsman in the long run. But over the past COVID time, we started out like gangbusters and then we just dropped. We haven't been able to do anything. And that's no fault of the commission or the department. The whole world's went through the same thing. So my report is this. I think we need to adapt our scope a little bit and adjust our mission a little bit. And I think these are going to work out fine.
I appreciate your kind of informational update on working groups. I was referring to, and we're going to go on with that in a few minutes. We're going to discuss that. We'll probably come back to that and discuss it, or whatever be the pleasure of the commission. I was talking about your new business about a special pond or special lake. That was the new business I was referring to. We were going to come to this later, but I thought you had new business concerning.
I do.
Okay, that's the new business I wanted you to bring up because you wanted to be able to discuss that later.
Say this again.
But you kind of jumped, you kind of jumped the gun on me. You're so enthusiastic about the working groups, but that's okay. We're going to come back to that in a few minutes. But
sure,
would you present the new business that you have concerning?
I would. Thank you.
Another matter.
I would. Well, I have received several letters about Lake Quantico in my district, and I just wanted to let everybody know that I have been working with our commissioner, our state commissioner, and the colonel, and the officer in the 8th district, Early Wine, and everybody, and we are planning a trip to go to that lake to investigate the bow fishing on the lake. And by next meeting, we should have some sort of recommendation.
Okay, good. So that's the new business. Would you tell the public where that lake is located and how large it is?
Well, it's a small lake and it's over in Fleming County and it's not very big.
Okay.
But those people are concerned and we're going to go see what they got on their mind.
So then your new business is to report that you're going to go visit that with some other members, and you're going to bring back a discussion. A discussion thought to maybe pass on as an action item. Some action needs to be taken on that.
Yes.
Okay, that was the new business I wanted to discuss. But if it'd be the pleasure of the commissioner and the deputy commissioner, do you want to go ahead and discuss, since we mentioned the format of working and the working groups? You want to do that now, or would you rather do the turkey update and deer update at this time? Which do y'all want to go ahead with that now?
Yeah, I'm glad.
Well, I think since Doug has mentioned it and kind of got us jumped a little ahead on working groups and the format of our meetings, I wanted to kind of give a historical perspective to the new commission members, because some of you haven't really heard that. Years ago, and I think Doug hit on that in the old days, I'm going to call them the old days, sometimes commission members almost did not know what was on the agenda until 24 hours before, and the public knew when they walked through the doors. But historically, prior to about 2020, the commission generally had 3 committees. Those committees were the Wildlife Committee, the Fisheries Committee, and the Admin, or Administrative Education and Policy. Oftentimes, those committees would meet a couple of days or a few days before the commission meetings to discuss those proposed actions. I can remember some meetings on Thursday afternoon, and the committees would come up with things they would like to propose or motions that they had made that they passed on to the commission that were voted on then within 24 hours, which created a considerable loggerhead of information that could not be shared with even other commission members, as well as the general public, which was one of the major reasons that we settled on a new type format to give the public more time to vet the information that came before us. So some of the unintended challenges of those committees historically was we had inadequate time for vetting many of the proposals of with the full commission. They were only seen by the committee members, staff, and stakeholders. And generally, the public was not aware or not able to give their input into some of those things, because the committee would come up with those motions sometimes hours before the meetings. It limited the input from commission members not on those committees. Members wanted to be included in those committee proposals and discussions, which we, as you witnessed today, we have done. We had a lot of duplication of efforts because of committees and the commission. We would discuss in the committee, and then it would be turned around, and we would discuss the very same issue in commission meetings. And certainly it cost us much more money that way. It required double the travel and meeting time from year to year and planning days. So we back then historically had about 8 meetings minimally, and it cost a lot of time and staff time and in administrators' times. We were pulling them away from the things that they needed to conduct in order to get them in here for committees, and made a lot more travel for the general public who was interested in those individual committee meetings. So one of the major reasons that we went to the new format was it was very cost prohibitive to get everybody here for 2 different sets of meetings, as well as time prohibitive for staff members as well as administrative staff to try to do those meetings or to try to be there. So those are some of the historic reasons that we switched. And I asked for some input both from the commissioner and from the deputy commissioner about their thoughts on how we dealt with those challenges. So I'm going to turn it over to both of them I think Commissioner Storm will speak first about how we conduct these meetings now much more transparently and time enough for stakeholders to participate. I think you've kind of witnessed that today with some of these things, that there was 10 pages in a couple of those, that now the public will have considerable time to look at some of these licensing ideas and some of the changes in regulations that would have been overwhelming to try to absorb in an afternoon of 2-hour meeting and then the next day vote on them. So that I think you've witnessed today one of the things that makes this new meeting format much better, and Doug has alluded to those also. Commissioner Storm.
Well, to not be redundant, in your handout, you've got a dozen advantages to our meeting format, but the intent, we've explained that a little bit here today in the meeting of this format. We decided we wanted better customer service. And so how could we better serve the Commonwealth, and how could we be more efficient with your time? For example, Dr. Floyd, he has a 4-hour drive to get here. And we appreciate the fact that he was willing to drive here today. And more meetings put him on the road, and he works all the time, just using him as an example because he has a long commute. But longevity, how could we create a meeting format that is sustainable for years to come? And how could we be more clear? We've been asked for clarity, and we've been asked a lot of questions as far as why and how this works. And then we wanted people to participate. And one of the weaknesses in the committee format, and we had differing legal opinions over time, the Wildlife Committee, a lot of people wanted to participate on that committee, and we would have 3 members, and in some cases we would have 4. This allows the entire commission to participate. And I think what it does ultimately, if a commission member has a question, they can stand up and ask that question, and we can help make that commission be more successful. And so these processes and procedures, I think they've worked well, but keep in mind we had a pandemic. And so we implemented this process, and 60 days later, we had a pandemic. So I think we have fallen short in terms of working groups, but we have not been able to gather with sportsmen and other groups. We also want better organization. And so when we have 30 days or less to prepare for something that could be a potential regulation, we have to look at KRS, we have to look at existing regulations, and oftentimes those don't work well together. So we're just trying to be uniform. A few times in the past, I saw where there was actually less than 30 days from the time something was introduced until the point that it could be a regulation. And very, very difficult for the staff. And I can tell you there is a sigh of relief from our directors and our assistant directors agency-wide that we can have time to do this. Oftentimes, I saw in the past, law enforcement was not included on a potential regulation that could be unenforceable. And so there are a number of these ideas, but I just challenge everybody here in this room to be patient with our process. If you want to be part of a working group, talk to the chairperson of the working group. If you want to send us information, data, etc., you can send it to the department. And so we look forward to building and continuing these processes. And one last point I want to add, I've talked to directors in other states, and a few directors have a similar concept to this meeting format. And some of them can't believe that we've created this level of efficiency. And so when we bring people here, we can talk about a lot of things. We can talk about the divisions. We can give you an update while you're here, and you can go back to work, because everybody that serves on this board is a volunteer. And so we appreciate your time. We appreciate staff time, and we appreciate the sportsmen and women, their input. And so we're excited about where we're going with this moving forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. Deputy Commissioner.
Yeah, I would just add, just by way of clarification, if we have any folks who are new to our process here, tuning in, watching, and for the new members, basically the gist of the new meeting format is that we have a 3-step process for regulation proposals. So if we propose a new regulation or an amendment to an existing regulation, typically there's at least 3 steps at a meeting, one, so to speak, the first meeting where an item is introduced as a proposal. And as Carl mentioned, hopefully it's been vetted well prior to that with working groups or interested commission members working with staff, the commissioner, potentially stakeholders, to determine whether or not it's feasible, it's desirable, and so on. So before it even reaches the table, it's been vetted. But at that first meeting, when it comes to the table, it's a new business item, as we alluded to in reference to the update on the bass tournaments. There's a new business item in which the proposal is presented. It's put out there for public notice for the commission to consider, to ask questions, staff to do more research if it's needed. Then at the next quarterly meeting, 3 months later, it comes to the table as a discussion item. So there's another opportunity for public awareness. If someone, a stakeholder that has a vested interest in that topic, has not heard about it before, if they tune in, they could see it, learn about it, have opportunity to contact their commission members, contact the commissioner of the department, their program coordinator if it relates to a fisheries or wildlife program, law enforcement, whatever the case may be. But another 3 months typically lapses before it's an action item, before that vote is taken by the commission. And sometimes, and we've had over the last year and a half, times when an item is brought forward as a proposal and it was discussed at 2 or 3 subsequent meetings before it was acted on. So at a minimum, generally speaking, we've got 6 months instead of sometimes a day to a month between an item being first discussed by a committee, as it was historically, a subgroup of the commission, to now the entire commission, without any question, can be involved and be exposed to it, hear about it, ask questions about it at those 3 different steps, and then potentially take action on it. So we're slowing down the process. We're allowing more public input, full awareness or disclosure with commission members, stakeholders, anyone that has a vested interest in a topic. And so, as the commissioner mentioned, we're trying to open things up where there's no question that our interest is awareness and involvement and transparency. And it also helps us as a staff. I can tell you, if we had 12 meetings a year, it's about all of us who are directors and above would be doing. We would not be doing very much operationally with the department. So it is a welcome change, an opportunity for us to do better with our regulations, to vet them with law enforcement, with existing laws and regulations, and make sure they're going to be workable for the commission, the department, and sports people. So I'll just say that and say we have had some learnings with the working groups, and Doug did a good job of recapping that. We've learned it's a real challenge in the pandemic. Thankfully, we're transitioning out of that, and so hopefully we can meet in person again soon. We have, with some of the working groups, met regularly. The Elk Working Group, for example, has met every month or 2 in general, and have been discussing and developing some ideas for potentially proposing those. And we have provided opportunity in many of the working groups for stakeholders, in addition to a couple of 2 or 3 commission members and staff, to mull over things and potentially bring those forward. But we can do better, as the commissioner mentioned, and we intend to, especially coming out of the pandemic. So we would encourage the commission members, and thank you for your patience, Mr. Morgan. We would encourage everybody to be patient with us. If you're on a working group, please stick with it. We are going to develop some specific recommendations. They may be general in nature, or they may be specific about a regulation change. But in any case, there is opportunity to do that, and that's the purpose, and we intend to see that through. And I think especially if the working groups identify 2 or 3 key tasks and then focus on those and pursue those, I think all the members of the working groups will be very satisfied. So that's what I think.
Well, thank you. Mr. Morgan, I want to thank you for your comments and bringing up this working group update. Commissioner, you have something else to say too?
2 more additions we didn't include. Many may know, but I just want to clarify this for the public and certainly the people that are tuning in for the first time. But KRS requires us to meet 4 times per year. So that has a great deal to do with what we are doing. And that requirement is in Frankfurt. And then the regulations that are voted on in this room then go to a regulation review subcommittee. And so the legislature has to approve what's passed here. So there's a great deal of oversight, but there's quite a process to go from step A to Z by the time we complete these processes. And so the working group is the nuts and bolts of this to get these processes moving. And we have a lot of folks here that are prepared to help you in your working group. And for those of you that don't have contacts, we can talk after the meeting and plug that in.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your comments concerning the working groups. I want to remind the public too, even if you're not on a working group, you're certainly welcome and encouraged to send your suggestions either to the working group chairman, which is listed on the website, or to the department. You can just say to those dealing with elk issues or Ohio River, send in your comments or your suggestions. Just because you're not on the working group does not mean your opinion is not heard. So please, I encourage you to either get in touch with working groups or whatever to let your voice be heard. It has been a quite challenging COVID 10 or 11 months for these working groups because they've had difficulty getting together. Even on Zoom, it's hard to get everybody on the same page. So be patient with us. We're all working on that too. I guess now it's time for informational update on the 2021 spring turkey update, as well as options for addressing those concerns. So let's see, who's going to present that? Zach, are you?
Zach Danks. Yep, Zach Danks is here to present our.
You're in, Zach, and I believe Brian Fisher had a couple of comments. He's going to make 2 after that. So go ahead, Zach. Can't hear you. Stand by, public. We're trying to get sound here to Mr. Danks. Still cannot hear you, Zach. Do you need to run in another office?
There you go. I'll try.
Still cannot hear you, Mr. Danks.
We tried the call-in number. Okay. Can you do the call-in number now? Okay.
Do we want to go to the deer season update while Zach is, in the interest of time? Chris, who does the deer season update?
Yes, sir. Dr. Hast is going to give us the deer season overview.
Dr. Hast, are you there?
Yep, you got me.
You want to go ahead until Zach comes on board?
Yeah, we can do that. That'll give them a couple minutes to get that
So
sorted out.
this is the deer season 2021 deer season update for the public. We should have some handouts of that. Is that correct?
Yeah, you've all got the 2020, 2021 deer report there, but I've got a couple of slides to show.
Okay, go ahead with your informational update, John.
All right. Waiting on if Gabe will share the screen there. All right, so this is less so an update and more so a continuation of our conversation from March. And I wanted to start with this hemorrhagic disease report map from 2017. We saw this back in March. This sort of is really the event that got this whole situation in East Kentucky sort of teed off. So we had a major disease outbreak in 2017. So remember back to the March meeting, we had data from the 18 and 19 seasons, but had not yet had time to compile our 2020 deer model. So we've got that information today. So I'm going to sort of talk about this and what's going on in East Kentucky in light of that new 2020 model. So again, we experienced a major outbreak in 2017 in our mountain counties. So everything you're seeing there kind of in the southeast and east. And basically following this outbreak, we reduced antlerless bag limits in both zones 3 and zone 4 as a response to this major hemorrhagic disease outbreak. So just to recap some of those regulatory changes that we made, in zone 3, antlerless harvest was limited to 1 doe with a firearm. Overall, antlerless harvest was cut by 50%. Excuse me, I shouldn't say harvest. The antlerless bag limit was cut by 50%. Moving to zone 4, antlerless bag limit was reduced to 1, and no does could be taken during the modern gun season. So overall, that reduced the antlerless limit by 75%. And again, we extended the modern gun season to 16 days during those regs, and specific to zone 4, that 16-day increase in the 16-day total modern gun season has no impact on doe harvest because they're not available for harvest with a modern gun. So basically, with the hemorrhagic disease outbreak and the reduced antlerless harvest, those regulations put in place because of the disease outbreak, we fully expected to see a decline in harvest. So just looking at pure telecheck number, a decline in harvest in those zone 3 and zone 4 counties impacted by hemorrhagic disease. So advance me forward one slide there. So again, this is a map that we saw in March. I'll hit on it pretty quickly. So this is basically an illustration of the deer per square mile. So this is percent change in the deer per square mile from 2017 to 2018. So the standing crop of deer in late summer 17 to the standing crop of deer in late summer 18. And this is derived from our deer population model, which is our main tool for monitoring the deer population at the county and regional level. It includes data above and beyond harvest data, and essentially we've got this done by April and May each year. My program met in I guess it was a week before turkey season just to go over. We met about 6 hours on the 2020 deer model with this. So looking at the direct impacts there, when we look at this map in our 2018, from boots on the ground work with Joe McDermott's Deer Project, we know we had a 30% mortality rate in adult does in Clay and Leslie County from his project. So that sort of reinforced the fact that we know that this disease outbreak heavily impacted deer in East Kentucky. So this was a very impactful disease event, and it's in an area of the state that already has lower deer numbers and a lower deer density. And we've got to remember that it's predominantly timbered and that we were still stocking deer in 1999. So advance me forward one more there. So second map that we saw in March, we're basically with this map, we're fast forwarding 1 year to 2019. We're still seeing declines in those Eastern Kentucky counties, but instead of a 40% decline, it's a 4% decline. It's single digit declines, which when we had this data back in March, everybody in the deer and elk program agreed that we were seeing stabilization, but we wanted to see that 2020 model and hopefully see an uptick. And I'll remind you, we're fully expecting that this deer recovery in East Kentucky due to the timbered habitats will be slow. So advance me one more slide. And so basically exactly what this map shows is what I was expecting to see, where we're seeing that upturn in those zone 4 counties. We're seeing a lot of those green counties down there. We're up 11% in Pike County. We're up 8% in Wayne County. We're moving in the right direction. So, deer numbers in zone 3 and 4 are still below what they were prior to the HD outbreak in 2017, but they're clearly making a recovery. It's very important to understand the impact that habitat has on this recovery and the fact that timbered habitats will not recover a deer herd as quickly as agricultural habitats. So recovery will take some patience. Advance me one more there, please. Yeah, so basically to drill into this a little bit deeper, these are the zone 3 counties that were impacted by the HD outbreak. So that's Elliott, Estill, Johnson, Morgan, Powell, Rowan, and Wolf. And this is essentially just plotting the actual deer per square miles derived by our population model from 2015 to 2020. And you can see I've added a line in there kind of between 2017 and 18, essentially where that HD outbreak occurred. And we can see some small reductions in that area, but not really the magnitude that we're going to see on the next chart here. But overall, deer numbers are not that far off what they were prior to the disease outbreak. And just to dive into an example, basically that top blue line is Morgan County. Just to throw some numbers out there, it started, the 2015 estimate was 23 deer per square mile, and the 2020 estimate is 18 deer per square mile. So that's a 5 deer per square mile reduction. And we're still right around that magic mark. 20 deer per square mile is sort of the magic mark that we want to be. It's sort of the upper limit, really, of where we want to be in a timbered habitat before we start seeing habitat degradation, like a browse line. There's lots of good research from the Appalachian states, Virginia, Pennsylvania, that have really lined out that number for us. So we don't really want to see more than 20 deer per square mile in timbered habitats. So bounce me forward to the last slide here. So essentially, this is all the Zone 4 counties. So I spared you the legend at the bottom. This is every Zone 4 county we've got plotted, very similar to the previous graph that you've got, where we're plotting the deer per square mile from 2015 to 2020. With this, we see a much more clear drop during the 2017 EHD outbreak. The magnitude's pretty significant there, 40 to 50% decline, as we saw on the maps earlier. So these Zone 4 counties definitely took a hit during the 2017 disease outbreak, and we've been monitoring them every year since. When looking at harvest data alone, we fully expected a decline, and that's both from this EHD outbreak, less deer available out there on the landscape, as well as a reduction in antlerless bag limits. So overall, these Zone 4 counties were down 40-50%. We are encouraged to see stabilization. Every one of these counties, we've seen stabilization. In the vast majority of them, we are seeing a slight increase, which points us in the right direction. So really overall with this, hemorrhagic disease is a fact of life for both deer hunters and deer managers. It's sort of one of those random things that can pop up any fall, really anywhere. It's spotty in where it pops up at from one drainage to the next, but can have regional impacts like we saw in 2017. But with the regulatory changes put in place after the outbreak for the 2018 season, we're slowly seeing the products of those regulatory changes with the deer herd rebounding. And so essentially patience is going to be necessary. They're going to slowly increase. We're going to get back to where we want. As I mentioned in March, really the local hunter, the guy on his farm in one of those Eastern Kentucky counties, is the best manager for that specific location. So we're setting regulations based on the county level and what we expect to happen out of the county, but EHD doesn't necessarily impact things purely at the county level. It might be on one side of the mountain it was bad, on the next side it wasn't. So when it comes down to individual antlerless harvest, deer harvest in general, the hunter is the best manager of that location. So with that, I do want to point out, and I'll share this screen right here. This is our 2020 deer report. I think all of you have gotten copies this morning. It is on our deer hunting webpage with reports going back about 10 years. And it's just something we do every year once we've got the deer model complete and basically all the harvest data from the fall. And it's a good resource. It's an interesting read. We do talk a fair number about public lands hunting in there as well. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
John, I think all the commissioners have gotten a lot of questions and a lot of concerns, especially from Eastern Kentucky, about this drop in numbers. are there, I'm going to ask you a two-part question. Are there any things that landowners, stakeholders in that area can do to enhance the deer population there, other than habitat improvement, spraying water holes, or doing anything like that? Is there anything that would be good for them to do? And secondly, I had a call from a Eastern Kentucky sportsman who said, is there any possibility of moving deer from Western Kentucky, where there's a tremendous overpopulation, to Eastern Kentucky? And I told him, I said, it would be so cost prohibitive, it would be have a negligible impact on helping the deer population because it'd be so cost prohibitive. Could you help that sportsman understand about the cost to move a deer from District 1 to Prestonsburg, Kentucky?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And I'll hit your first question first, because I've got a fairly personal example for that. You know, my family's farm in Ohio County got hit heavily in 2007 with an EHD outbreak, and we just made, as hunters on that farm, made a decision not to harvest antlerless deer for a while. And it wasn't anything other than being a manager on that local piece of property that we've got. And that's what I would suggest. Regulations zone wide, we don't feel are necessary at this time, but we certainly encourage people to practice management at the farm level, basically. Sure. Going into moving deer, it certainly, I'll throw a cost estimate out there. I mean, I would estimate, depending on how they're captured, at $800 to $1,000 a deer, and that adds up really quick. Secondly, you've got stress on the animal, which is not, we try to avoid that as possible. And thirdly, and I think the number one reason that this is just not a possibility in today's day and age, is chronic wasting disease. Taking deer from the west, moving cervids from one end of the state to the other, is just not a wise thing to be doing at this day and age. We've got, essentially CWD knocking on our door. It's almost completely encircling the state of Kentucky now, and it's getting closer as we go. So it's just not a risk worth taking at this point. And again, I think, those maps are going to continue, and we're probably this year, next time, when we've got the 2021 deer model in our hands, it's going to look even better. And we could certainly be back to at least approaching where we were at before the HD outbreak.
Thank you, John. Other commissioners have questions for John?
I have a statement. I think a proposed solution is, instead of trying to move deer, move the hunters. Have folks come down to where I live in Western Kentucky. I live in Murray, 15 miles from Land Between the Lakes, which is 177,000 acres of property. You have to have a $20 permit to hunt there, and you can go hunt deer to your heart's content. There's tons of public land down there. And so we do have too many deer. 2 years ago, we grew hemp on our farm. And the day after we planted those slips of hemp, which cost, I don't know, $5, $7 a piece, there were 9 bucks out in our field eating that hemp. And I can tell you, those deer can mow down a bunch of hemp slips. We probably lost 10% of our crop the first day after it was planted. The farmers down there would be delighted for folks to come down. We do have plenty of deer. My hope is that deer never go from being considered a valuable sportsman's item to being a pest, but they're right there walking that line right now. And so come on down and harvest all the deer you want. It's unlimited dose, come on. And we would love to have you. So
thank you, Dr. Floyd. Other members, other comments for John? Go ahead, Brian.
I just got a question on, what would your thoughts be if, for some unforeseen circumstance, we had another EHD outbreak in those counties? I think that's probably another, that'd kind of be terrifying for the population over there.
Yeah, the the good thing we do, I mean, it's just sort of we generally assume basically based on a deer's, the generation of deer, say, 5 to 10 years in estimate, that there is some level of, immunity that's inferred when they go through an outbreak like this. We just don't see it often hitting the same place within 10 years, but I'm going to knock on, I've got a wooden desk over here that I'm going to knock on. So not saying it can happen, but I think we definitely have to take a strong look if we had that happen again.
Go ahead, Mr. Morgan.
John, do you think that the deer population is stable enough to keep the current zones the way they are?
I do.
Do you think that crossbow hunting had any effect on that?
No, I don't. And when we looked back, we might be able to pull that. Well, I've got the chart here, but when we look back at that deer update in March, there was quite a reduction in the modern gun harvest, but an increase in the archery crossbow harvest. But those two cumulatively did not increase our overall harvest. So I talked a little bit about how we were assuming that, hunters were exchanging a deer harvest at one point in the year for harvesting one, earlier or later. So maybe a gun hunter's now picked up a crossbow, takes his deer early, but then ends up just buck hunting, or not taking that extra doe in the modern gun season. So overall, I don't see that that's been an impact.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John. And I want to praise your group for getting together all those statistics and information. And I want to encourage the public to go to the website and look at the 2021 Kentucky Whitetail Deer Harvest and Population Report that John has got together. It's quite extensive and good reading for the public, and especially for those really concerned about East Kentucky. So there's a lot of information in there for you to gather. Oh, Paul, I'm sorry. I did not see your hand up.
That's all right. Gentlemen, I was just going to say, I think the last outbreak before 2017 was actually, in fact, 2007. So it was about a 10-year span before we seen a major outbreak like we did in 2007.
Yep.
Any other questions for Dr. Hass before we move to turkey?
Strong work.
Good. Yes, good work. Thank you, Dr. Hass.
Yeah, and I got to thank my biologists in the deer program certainly for putting this stuff together, without a doubt. So
they've done a yeoman's job of getting together that population report. Now, Zach, are you back with us?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear Zach good. Okay, so this is going to be the turkey population options for addressing concerns and the informational update on spring turkey season 2021. Go ahead, Zach.
Okay. I guess Gabe will be bringing the PowerPoint up.
It's up.
All right. Okay, I see it now. All right. Well, sorry about the technical difficulties there, folks.
You're here with us, though.
That's right. Next slide, Gabe. All right. So many of you have probably looked at Telecheck, but we ended the spring turkey season just over 29,000, which was down 8% from 2020, but really no different from the 3-year average. And this is an important consideration because we all know last year was a COVID year, and that potentially impacted our hunting participation, and it certainly did for non-residents who were essentially not participating, except for the very few who got in before we imposed the license sales restrictions on those non-residents. Next slide. So very typical distribution of harvest by county. Our highest totals are in the Green River region. Muhlenberg County led the way, but these are our bigger counties, so they've got more land area and more turkeys in them. I don't show it here, but when you look at turkey harvest per square mile or per square mile of forest, it evens the playing field a little bit. And that's just to say that we have good turkey populations across the state and had a good harvest. Next slide. All right, so this graph shows the percentage of the harvest as we progress through the season. So if you look at the far right, 2020, we're starting at the bottom of that bar there. You see youth season in red is the first weekend, and in blue is the first week. So we essentially made 60% of our harvest after the first week of hunting, and 80% after the second week, as you can see that green bar there. So that's just to show how harvest is skewed toward the earlier in the season. Next slide. By districts, it was good to see the first district, the Jackson Purchase region, up about 10%. The remaining districts here were about, on average, down 10%. But as you can see, the trend is not dramatic for any of those. So while the percentage decrease was, notable, it didn't really affect total numbers. So all things considered, I think all regions had a pretty strong harvest. Next slide. So just some other things. Ignore that underlined sentence there. That's an error. I'll get to that in a minute. It was meant for a different slide. As far as successful hunters, we saw no change in the percentage of hunters reporting having harvested 2 turkeys. This has been remarkably consistent from last year, the 3-year average, 5 and 10-year averages. On private land, we were actually, that should be -9%. It's down 9% from last year, but really no different from the 3-year average. Public land harvest was up 14%. Weekends were really no different, but weekdays were down considerably from last year and from the 3-year average. And I think this has to do with weather to a good degree. So next slide, Gabe. So I pulled some stats from the National Weather Service website. Of note, our April across most of the state was colder than normal. And you can see this because at Lexington, Louisville, Bowling Green, we had around 20 days in April below average temperature. And we actually had below freezing temperatures during turkey opening weekend. So that may have kept some folks home. Just important to keep this in mind. And we actually set some records. Set a low temperature in Frankfort the night before spring turkey opened on the 17th. And then the second Sunday of the season, we had record rainfall in Bowling Green. So that's the second weekend. And then just to illustrate the weekday downturn, we had a freezing temps in Lexington well into our season on April 27th. I think those are good things to keep in mind. Next slide. This chart shows how apparent hunting effort was actually down this year. And I think this reflects some of that weather impacts on participation. Essentially, we ask folks that check their turkey online are asked the number of days it took them to harvest that turkey. And the purpose here is to look at hunter effort in conjunction with their telecheck data. So while our harvest was only down 8%, essentially the drop in effort was much greater. So essentially we were more efficient despite that less effort. So again, I think that makes our 29,000 harvest, it kind of puts it into context and shows that we're more or less stable. Next slide. So looking at license sales through turkey season, we were up 8% over last year. Of course, the big difference is we've had non-residents this year. Sportsmen, really no different. We saw an uptick in seniors, which makes sense with COVID subsiding. Our turkey permits were down, but they comprise a very small portion of eligible turkey hunters nowadays with sportsmen and senior licenses. And then our youth licenses were down 11%. That's resident and non-resident. Next slide. So I bring up the licenses because I think it's important to consider harvest relative to those license sales. So here I'm going back to 2010. 2010 was our peak harvest year. So on the left is just raw. It's a portion of the very first graph I showed. These are raw turkey harvest totals going back to 2010 statewide. And if you just look there, it does look like there is a decreasing trend. However, when you standardize harvest by licenses sold, essentially the curve is much flatter. The trend is much flatter. And one of the difficulties we face is that we don't know the exact number of turkey hunters because we have the sportsman's license and senior license, which has the privilege, but doesn't necessarily mean folks actually turkey hunt. So we have to look at all eligible turkey hunters. Next slide. So now to non-residents, because I get asked about this quite a bit. I think the valid comparison is from 2019 when we had our standard no restrictions on non-residents. Harvest was 3,400 turkeys and 6,500 non-resident hunters. Of course, last year with COVID, again, there were a few non-resident that were able to get their license and harvest a turkey, but by and large, this wasn't significant. So then looking at this year, 2021, we harvested 3,700 turkeys and 7,900 non-resident hunters. So essentially, we were up 9% in non-resident turkey harvest from 19 and up 21% in terms of non-resident hunters in 2019. So that's just to put things in context for non-residents. All right, next slide. Here, I'm showing what I showed you a couple slides back, but just for non-residents, except on the left is a repeat. This is all potential hunters, residents and non-residents. This is the harvest relative to licenses sold, and you see how flat that trend is. Now on the right, when you look at non-resident harvest versus non-resident license sales, the trend is actually downward. So I just point this out because non-residents are often highly considered whenever folks are interested in making regulation changes. So parent success, if you will, or looking at this as a measure of success, non-residents are really no more successful than resident hunters by the data that we have. Next slide. And I just want to end here to tie it back with reproduction hatch. The arrows point to 2019. I think our harvest was strong because, relatively speaking, we had a decent hatch that year, especially in that upper left is Western Kentucky. We saw that first district harvest increase 10%, and I think that is reflected here because 2 years ago in 2019, the hatch was a little bit better out west. Whereas Central Kentucky was pretty flat, and Eastern Kentucky not much different. Statewide, not a whole lot different. So we were kind of stable. So just to bring home the connection there with reproduction. And I think that's next slide. I think that's all I had. Any questions you guys might have, I'll be glad to address those.
Any questions for Zach? Zach, as with the deer study or report, that you've done a great job of getting all those statistics together, and we appreciate your hard work and effort to get those together. Anybody have any questions or comments? I know that Brian is going to say a couple words here. Anybody else got any questions for Zach before I turn this over to Brian for a couple of minutes?
Good, it's excellent.
Good, yeah. There's another kudo for you there. Zach, appreciate all your hard work. Go ahead, Brian.
So I've been talking a lot to sportsmen and women in my district heavily, even some in other districts, and I've been trying to route them to their commissioners. And first off, I want to say, Zach, big thank you to you because he's had a lot of conversations, provided me with a lot of data and education over the last 3 weeks, and put me in contact with a lot of people. But there is a significant growing concern just from the sportsmen and women that all over my district. It's not coming from one specific area. It's kind of all over the district. Hundreds of people want to see some changes on that. And one of the things I keep going back to that is kind of concerning based upon the research I've looked into, what Zach's provided me, is that colt recruitment, that last graph that he has put up there, and the negative trend that it's going out, or it's going in statewide. And I think if you take that graph and overlay it to the graphs of several Southeast states that are experiencing significant declines in turkey population, and some in the Northeast, like Pennsylvania, New York, we're on the leading edge of where they're at. We're not there yet, but it does give me a great cause of concern. So I wanted to ask your thoughts about that, Zach, and what you see on that. If you think that's something that's concerning that we should be on the lookout for, and gather your thoughts.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that question, Commissioner Member Fisher. Certainly, in my mind, if we look at our harvest, I think it's wholly dependent on reproduction ultimately. So in order to maintain our strong harvest and our turkey population, ultimately it's going to come down to the hatch. So that's in terms of research needs for the state. I really think that reproduction is really the focus. I think that needs to be done in the context of the predators that eat turkeys, but also the habitat that is there or not there in many cases with turkeys. A lot of great research in the Southeast, as you know, and I know you've been in touch with some of those researchers.
Is that something you can, because some of them have said it's more geared towards that specific area. Some of the biologists we've talked to and talking with you, it really needs to be done on a state level to get the data that we need. Is that something that you think Kentucky should do, is move forward with like a poult recruitment type study?
Oh, absolutely. As a wildlife biologist, I mean, I'm always going to support research that gives us better information. There is a growing body of research in the Southeast. It's a tremendous data set utilizing modern GPS technology on hens. And it's really elucidating reproductive success and habitat use. And so there's a lot that we could do here in Kentucky. We lack Kentucky specific information. The poult recruitment information from the brood survey is our best way to get a statewide handle on it without very intensive, expensive research. But again, many of us think that nesting and especially brood rearing habitat is a major limiting factor across the state. So it's no wonder that predators take their toll on our populations. So certainly I'd like to study reproductive success in that context, habitat use and predators. So.
Okay.
So Zach, is your plan to come back and give, I know Brian and you have talked about some possible means of increasing the recruitment of poults. Are you all going to get together and then you come back and present any ideas about how we might approach that recruitment and poult problems? Are you going to get together and do that, or what are your plans for that, Zach?
Well, certainly I plan to have continued dialogue with any commission member and sportsmen. I speak to sportsmen regularly, as do many of you, of course, and just keeping that mode of dialogue going. At this time, we don't have any regulation changes that we are recommending to address this. But this is, again, where I'm going to give a shout out to the department, to our private lands biologists, our farm bill biologists, who work every day to promote habitat on private lands.
You know, I think it's just important for the public. I think it's important for the public to know that these concerns are not going unnoticed, that your biologists in the field looking at it, you are looking at it. Each of these commissioners has been contacted, and we're asking for, send in suggestions and those things. I believe Brian has conducted almost a multi-state meeting where he's talked to a lot of sportsmen.
Zach facilitated that for me.
Good. Thank you for that, Zach, and thank you, Brian, for doing that. I think Dr. Floyd has kind of plans in the near future to have one over in Western Kentucky discuss that, and I believe Mr. Swallows has also had a kind of a town meeting to discuss it. So I think the main thing I want the sportsmen to know is that your concerns are not going unnoticed. We don't want to have a knee-jerk reaction to panic, but like Brian has already said, getting ahead of some of these issues is a good way to deal with them instead of trying to catch up. It's a whole lot easier to stay ahead of those issues than it is to catch up. So
yeah,
I appreciate all of you's work in trying to do that and share with the sportsmen. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, so I've done several polls in my district trying to just get feedback. I think John made a comment earlier that I think very similar to this when he talks about we have to be managers of our own land. It's not something that we as a department can solve this problem overnight. I think we can, get Zach to bring us back a proposal for the poult recruitment study, but we have to manage our own properties and the landscape's changing. But I would like to have on this next commission meeting some proposals that are made into discussion items, allow us as commissioners to go gather data and research from our own districts. But I think, one proposal that's really popular, and I've checked with law enforcement, is extending the nighttime coyote hunting with a rifle outside of the turkey season. So I think that's something that I would like to have as a discussion item for us to discuss, what that would look like, expand it. Also, one that would get popular support out of my district is expansion on some sort of trapping on nest predators. And I think there's ways that you could do it without having issues with bycatch or something like that, limited to dog proof only or certain size cage traps. But a lot of sportsmen are wanting to see these type of changes. And I think there are changes where it's providing tools to our sportsmen and women in our district, and they're going to have to take an active role in helping with this poult recruitment issue. They've got to be, stewards of their land, not just go out and take. They have to put back in just as much as they're taking. So I'd like to have those two brought back as discussion items. I know, one of the things is to look at how we manage the WMAs or out of state as far as number of turkeys that can be killed on WMAs or out of state residents. That's, if you looked at Zach's his PowerPoint, there was a 9% increase when statewide it decreased. There's more hunters from out of state. And the one data that we don't collect, which I think would greatly alter some of those graphs and actually throw a downward trajectory, is the hunters that are unsuccessful and how hard they're trying to hunt when they're out in the field and being unsuccessful. So I don't know, Zach, if you can go back to that second to last or third to last graph where it said days, it's days per, or where you kind of leveled out the graph of harvest by licensed hunters. The 2019 and 2018 kind of showed a tick up before it dropped off. And those were the 2 years in that graph that showed the most hunter effort. And if you had the average hunter effort, I think both of those years would have shown a decline, and you would see the trend line that's moving in a negative direction. So I think there's some variables in there that kind of prop that up that weren't taken into consideration. So,
well, I will say that so that graph definitely has limitations because it's taking harvest relative to potential hunters or eligible hunters. What we really need is harvest relative to actual hunting effort. Okay, and so before this one, I showed the days per turkey harvested a few slides back, but that's just for successful hunters.
Right.
So one thing I'll mention is that beginning last year and continuing this year, I'm working with Deputy Commissioner Clark, who has specialized in human dimensions and doing surveys, to get a postseason turkey hunter survey where we draw a random sample of eligible license holders and we ask them how many days they actually hunted, because that piece of information, that hunter effort information, is really important to give a clearer picture. Because like you say, that looking at just license sales does not tell the whole picture. So we're working to get that information. It's just that not having conducted it before last year, we just have no information to go on. But we are collecting it moving forward to get better information for you guys.
Zach, the clear picture that I got from talking to numerous hunters in the 3rd district was that there was a tremendous amount of extended effort, some not hearing any turkeys, some not seeing hardly any. and many, many more unsuccessful this year than they were last year, in the last couple of years. To the point, you were there, and I do appreciate you and Chris coming out. You heard those comments. And many of the people in my district feel like we need to take action and we need to do something quickly. And we want to address this, and we want to meet it where we need to meet it. And I am certainly in agreement with Brian on continuing discussion on this. We had recommendations for reducing bag limit on non-resident hunters, to increasing coyote hunting at night and predator control. Multiple things came out in those. And people that in our district, or at least in my district, feel like we need to take action. I was looking at the poult recruitment. In 2017, it dropped significantly, and it bounced back the next couple of years, and now it's down again in this last, on that last slide that you showed on the page, well, on the relation to hatch. Just on a statewide level, poult recruitment seemed to be one of the big concerns that they had too. So addressing those things, meeting what the public concerns are, is really important. But also, you're the biologist. You're the ones that we really need to bring this to. But it appears that the boots on the ground, the hunters, the people out there right now are convinced, at least in certain areas of the state, that there's a significant issue with poult recruitment, and we need to be taking action soon.
Yeah, and I want to piggyback what Ralph said and say, I don't think we're at the point where the sky is falling. I just think we're headed that way. If you look at our poult recruitment graph and you overlay it where these states in the Southeast have been and continue to drop off, it's for me, it's scary. And it's not a scary, oh crap, we got to do something today. But in 5 years, if we don't start doing something today, if we don't start providing tools to our landowners where they can better manage their property with ease and bring awareness to some of these issues, then we're going to be making some really hard changes like Arkansas has, or Louisiana is talking about doing, or Tennessee has done. I mean, these states they're at the point where it's kind of like a crisis mode. I don't want to get to crisis mode. I want to keep it where we have a stable population, and then we also have and can make some real minor changes now that have a positive impact, put the tools in our sportsmen and see what they're willing to give up right now to ensure we don't get to that point. And I think I think this moment is the critical moment for those type of decisions.
Thank you, Brian. Brian Clark, you want to make a statement?
Yes, sir. I was just going to make the comment, and many people have observed this in some of the public dialogue that I've seen on social media and different forums and so on. And we probably don't highlight our successes or strengths well enough or point those out, because we're focused on the mission, the task at hand, not necessarily touting our successes. But I will say the regulations that we've had in place for decades, really, that were put in place, going back to our Zach's predecessor, George Wright, our turkey program coordinator back in 20 to 25, 30 years ago, to protect as much as possible the peak of breeding. So our general turkey season opens in mid-April for a reason. We do that to protect breeding activity from mid-March to mid-April, which is when the bulk of that reproduction takes place. And, hunters see hens going to nest already. That also provides great hunter opportunity, because birds are not pursuing the hens they see because they've already bred them, and the hens are going to nest. And so it reduces that hen up effect, especially as the season goes on. And so we've had very, I will say, very turkey friendly regulations going back for the last 25 plus years, and that's really helped us. I think I could probably echo that.
I will echo that, because there's not a biologist that I've talked to or anybody with the NWTF that I've talked to in the past month that does not think that that's one of the leading contributors to why we're not at the point that the other states are at.
Yes, sir. And then also we've had I will say a conservative gobbler harvest. Our bag limit at 2 gobblers. We have many states in the South, Southeast that, have 3, 4 gobblers historically. And that, might have been a little aggressive, or at least in recent years when reproduction has, started to trail off, as Zach has alluded to, and you pointed out the decline in recruitment, Brian. I was just going to circle around and ask Zach, at this point, from your seat with your expertise and awareness of all the research and studies that have been done to this point, are there things from your seat that you would recommend in addition to habitat improvement, which I think is going to be a focus of ours? I think we've heard it here real clearly, and we're going to try to redouble our efforts to get the word out about habitat improvement in various ways. But are there things at this point, in addition to research, that you would recommend? Some folks have historically in the last 10 to 15 years have said, hey, we need a third gobbler added to our bag. And I'm kind of glad we didn't do that in the interest of caution. But do we need at this point to think about reducing gobbler bag limit? Would that likely have an impact on reproduction? I have an opinion, but I'd like to hear your expertise and Chris and others on that point, and any other things you might recommend.
Sure. I'll give my take, and then Chris, if you want to add. I think the number one thing we can do, honestly, no matter what, is to hold the line with our current season structure, our timing. The number one comment I get is that our season opens too late. And Brian, you did a great job just explaining why it's timed like it is. And Brian Fisher, you acknowledge that as well. And other states are wishing they could open as late as we do. And we don't even open as late as some do. So I think that's first and foremost to keep that where it is. I do think that our conservative bag limit and the opening timing has helped us stave off steeper declines. But we have an opportunity with the research that was approved at the last commission meeting for a banding study to measure harvest rates. And we're going to look exactly at that. That'll give us a chance. At this point, I don't have any recommendations for changing anything. And that's simply because I feel like the factors driving that volatile trend in poult for hen reproduction, essentially changing regulations at this point is like taking a hammer to a job that you need a scalpel for, unfortunately. And we don't have the scalpel. The scalpel belongs to private landowners. It's across the state. It is about habitat. So no regulations changes at this point. So Chris, do you have anything to add there?
Are you?
Go ahead.
Can I ask him? Is that no regulations changes with relation to turkey season or in totality? Like
just turkey season. Okay. Just turkey season. I said, yeah. So I guess I haven't spoke on the nest predator aspect yet. Certainly, we know nest predation is a big issue. I think concern shared by amongst most turkey biologists is that yes, we know there are predators out there and they've increased perhaps over past decades, but without habitat that can protect, give nesting hens a chance, and those little poults, those broods a chance. We're just putting those turkeys on a platter for predators. So any regs that address that would be icing on the cake. Research on predator control has been pretty mixed, and where it has had the most success is when it has been extensive, intensive, and very expensive, and done for many, many years. So it's a tremendous effort. But
Chris, do you have anything else?
Yeah, I would just echo what Commissioner Fisher said. I don't think we're at the point the sky is falling. We are listening and we are watching this trend very closely, especially the wild turkey production. Zach's been keeping a close eye on that for a few years now. And that's the most disturbing data set we have right now. And I want to thank Commissioner Swallows and Commissioner Fisher for their concern and feedback. Ralph for inviting us to the public meeting. And if any other members have public meetings, we'll be glad to hear more input from the sportsmen for sure, because we got a lot of valuable input, a lot of good comments and good recommendations and good discussions. So I would just propose that Zach and I, from this meeting to the next, get together, discuss some more with commission members, some of the options they've heard. And if we're going to make any changes, let's try to nail down the changes that will impact us now the most, rather than, nickel and diamond changes and doing a few things here and there that may or may not have an impact. Let's identify the changes that can have the biggest impact with a couple of changes and try to see if we can make those, bring that recommendation back to the next meeting.
Commissioner Storm?
We will certainly work with our communications team and try to bring some people together for some ideas, maybe how-to videos, and showcase our private lands biologist. And so if you have any input as far as the commission's concerned, let us know, and we'd like to plug that in.
Well, that's good conversation about both turkey and deer, gentlemen. So in the interest of time, I think we've resolved then that Zach and Chris will come back with some suggestions or some more discussion items concerning turkey and maybe even deer later. So if we're done with that, we need to now hear public comments. Is Kevin Kelly with us? Kevin, are you there? Kevin Kelly, there he is. So it's time for public comments with Kevin. And I want to remind the public that we get back on these questions. Somebody will get back with you to answer those questions or send you the information that you had inquiries about. So Kevin, do you want to take it?
Sure. We actually had no public comments received by 10:30 this morning related to topics on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. But I do want to remind the public that we have now opened this up for just over a week. We're giving you more time to come up with questions and comments. So you do have a little bit longer time. We're trying to do that for the sake of transparency and for the sake of getting some good input from the general public. You all have some great suggestions and some great questions. So thank you, Kevin, that even though we didn't have any, I'm sure that people are interested in commenting in the future on the deer population and the turkey population. I think there is no other new information or informational items to discuss. We need to go into closed session. It is now 12:37. So my suggestion to the commission, if it be good with them, is to go on into closed session, do our closed session information about the land proposal, then come back and in open session for a few minutes to discuss that land acquisition possibility. But as always, prior to that, are you with us, Mr. Fields? Are you there, Mr. Fields?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure that you were with us. Mr. Fields has provided me with some information I want to read prior to going into closed session. All meetings of a quorum of the members of any public agency at which any public business is discussed or at which any action is taken by the agency shall be public meetings, open to the public at all times except for specific items listed in KRS 61810. The commission has business today that will require entering into closed session. Prior to entering the closed session, KRS 61815 requires notice of the general nature of the business to be discussed in the closed session, the reason for the closed session, and the provisions under KRS 61810 that authorizes it. In today's session, we'll be discussing a potential land acquisition. We will call that potential land acquisition Project A. The session will be closed to protect the state's interest in the acquisition of land. It is well known that land acquisitions by the Commonwealth require a lengthy process of review and approval, generally requiring much longer timeframes than private party acquisitions. By identifying Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife's interest in a particular parcel, the general public would be alerted to the owner's willingness to sell or donate the property, and that the KDFWR might be a future recipient of that property. As such, the publicity increased the likelihood other parties may make offers on that property. Such competing offers could increase the value of the property. Alternatively, a private property could purchase the property from the current owner more quickly than the Commonwealth can acquire it, and then require the Commonwealth to pay a premium to purchase the property. The closed session is authorized by KRS 61810 under Section 1B Boy for the potential land acquisitions. No final action will be taken in the session, and no other business will be discussed other than that I have just described. During the closed session, necessary members of staff will be present to advise the commission and make presentations regarding the topics that I have just described. So at that point, I would ask for a motion from the commission to enter and a second to enter into closed session.
So moved.
I have a motion to move into closed session by Dr. Floyd, and I have a second by Mr. Swallows. Any discussion about going into closed session? If not, please raise your hand if you're in favor of going into closed session. Motion carries. So at this time, public, we will be going into closed session probably in about at approximately, it's 12:40, at approximately 1:15, we'll reconvene in the regular session to discuss what was, or to discuss and possibly vote on anything discussed in the closed session. Thank you for your patience. Welcome back to the resumption of the general meeting of the June 4th commission meeting. We have just come from executive session to discuss the donation of the land acquisition. We've got a little feedback in the mic. Are there any discussions from the floor or motions from the floor concerning project A from the closed session?
I'll make a motion that we move forward with it.
Hang on, Doug.
Sure.
Go ahead, Doug, with your motion.
I move that we go ahead and move on with the property.
Any second to that?
Yeah, I would second that. I would just, I don't know if it's the proper time or whatever, that we add a little something to that. That provided we do not find any, Doug, would you like to restate that? Provided that we do not find any legal or environmental reasons not to in the rest of the.
That would be fine. I amend my motion to include your verbiage.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second that we accept project A donation to move forward with it, with the understanding if there are no legal or environmental problems found in the research of that project, that it be accepted. So I have a motion and a second to that. Is there any discussion about project A in closed session? If not, all those in favor of the acceptance of project A with the knowledge that there would be no environmental or legal reasons not to, please raise your hand. Opposed, no. Motion carries. So that project will go forward with an approved motion. I also want to remind the public that probably within the next 2 to 3 weeks, we'll have a special call meeting to address the commission tags that we were unable to do at this session. Legal got in touch with us and asked for an extension of that. They have been tied up for a few months with some open records request considerations and have been unable to completely vet the applications for commission tags. So within the next 2 weeks, possibly 3 weeks, we will be able to get together and in a group. I do not know if that will be Zoom or live in order to award commission tags. I want to thank the public for viewing the meeting today. Please send in your suggestions about those issues that we discussed to either your commissioners or to headquarters, and we'll see you the next time. I'll entertain a motion for adjournment of our meeting. Ralph Swallows has made a motion that we adjourn the meeting, and Brian Fisher has seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye or raise your hand. Motion carried. Meeting adjourned.